Hello, everybody. Ooh, look at all the folks. Good morning. Welcome, the Gaming Sir, to being a cool supporter. Amazing thing to start the stream on. There are probably a few people that are asleep, yes. I'm a morning person, what can I say? I hope everybody's doing good today. We got a pretty fun stream for you. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. Hello. We begin, yes. This is going to be very exciting. So we're actually going to start this stream for the first 15 minutes just with a little Q&A. If anybody has any specific questions they'd like answered, let me know. I'd love to answer them, and then we will jump in to BetterHelp, and it's going to be very fun. Yeah. Oh, actually, real quick, hang on. Before we get into this, I want to show everybody that's here early something really exciting that I got in the mail. Look at this. YouTube silver play button. Thank you for 100,000 subscribers. This is so exciting. I can't believe how many of you there are now. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate you. So yeah, I just wanted to show that off. Question. How many plants do you have to pet to wake up as early as you think? Quite a few. I love me my plants. That might be a spoiler for a future video, but I won't tell. It's going to be related to the corn video. They mailed it to your virtual studio. I can't get pizza delivered to my apartment. No, I had to make that one. So yeah, I was really excited to get that though. It was kind of a funny situation. They couldn't. Yeah, I'll show you again. Hang on. Oh, I just realized that. It's fine. Yeah, look at that. Isn't that fun? How do you implement such character with all the various expressions and even the play button thing just now? I pre-created all of these animations beforehand. Actually, since you all are early, I'll go through them with you really quick. So we have this kind of I'm yapping pose. Love this one. This one's one of my personal favorites. Investigate. What on earth are we looking at here? I love investigate. You know, big magnifying glass. So silly. We have another personal favorite, angry. This policy makes me angry. And then those are the big ones. So yeah. Thank you for the congratulations, everybody. I really do appreciate it. This is very exciting. No, this isn't a VTuber rig. I am manually pushing buttons every single time I want to change these animations. I am doing it the hard way, for sure. Hey! Whoa, looky there! Gift memberships. Thank you. I don't think I have a pop-up for that, so you can see it right there. Look at that. That's so exciting. Thank you, DD Dash, for doing that. D Dash, sorry. I know how to read. And Brendan, welcome. Okay, so Paul, very good question. Could you be considered a VTuber? I think so. And in a weird way, this is a reaction stream because we're reacting to a privacy policy. So I am a reaction VTuber. Thank you, Simply Snips, for the super chat. I really appreciate it. We love YouTuber viewer sponsors, not YouTuber sponsors. So yeah. What are your thoughts on open source smart home tech like Home Assistant? I will be totally honest. I got out of the loop a couple years ago with that. I don't know. I left kind of like that scene before a lot of the open source stuff really started being like a viable solution for a lot of folks. So I think open source is cool. I'm not a huge fan of just open source or smart home tech in general, just personally. But yeah, no, good question. I do like it. I can understand the benefit to the open source side of it, so it's interesting. But like I said, I'm out of the loop for sure. Actually, I agree with that. Yeah, if it's off the internet, it seems pretty cool. I agree with that. So yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna scroll back and see if I missed any questions. I think, Cloud, I will be eventually making a video about Linux. I'm not promising when exactly, but it is in the plans. So keep an eye out for that in like maybe the next year. Maybe these videos take a while to make. Is this in PeerTube? I don't know what that is. This is just OBS, and then I animated everything ahead of time in Blender. What's my preferred distro? Okay, don't at me. Pop! OS. It's really good. It's really stable. I like it. I do have an unfortunate piece of information to reveal, however, for this particular stream. All of my stream stuff from the last time on Linux totally broke, and it made me very sad. So I, unfortunately, hate to admit that I am using Windows right now, and I hate that it's working. Whatever. Hey, look at that. So, what do you think about Stop Killing Games? It's a campaign to end planned obsolescence. Ooh, I love that concept. I will look more into it, though. I don't know a lot off the bat. But yeah, that's an interesting question. I'll look into that. I'm a big fan of, preservation of information. So I definitely support that. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed my video on Incogni. I'm glad that the CEOs also did. Yeah, so we're going to jump into BetterHelp here in a little bit. I just want to remind everybody before we get into that, we're not here to harass creators that take sponsors from BetterHelp. I think that it's fine to challenge each other and stuff like that, but it does not justify harassment. The policies and everything that we're going over today are specifically about learning privacy. This is not to harass any creators of any kind. And if you do it, I will stop doing these. Please do not ruin it for everybody. We're here to be kind, be patient, and learn about some privacy stuff. So please keep that in mind. The pinned comment will stay there while we're reading BetterHelp privacy policy, just in case some new folks show up and they get a little inspired by how potentially annoying this is going to be. So yeah, I just want to make that very clear. So, not here to harass creators. Be critical of BetterHelp. Sure, that's different. I'm all about investigating, finding the information and stuff like that. But yeah, that's the point of this. So yeah. Does anybody have any last minute? Oh, let's see. What do I find intriguing in privacy policies? That's a fantastic question. So previous people that have watched the streams might know, I love it. I am obsessed, truly obsessed, when companies give actual examples of what certain things they're talking about, even if it's collecting and sharing a lot of data. I actually really appreciate when companies go out of their way to make it as easy to understand as possible. I think a couple great examples of that would be Discord and Snapchat from the last stream. They both did, I thought, a really good job of giving examples of each data point. So yeah, I thought that I like it when that happens. there's also like a lot of really interesting patterns that I've just noticed over time, and we'll actually discuss a couple of them in this stream, because of course they're in BetterHelp and PayPal's privacy policy. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. My character is slightly based off of me. For legal reasons, it is distinct parts. They are recreations, not copies. So, but it is based off of me because I liked the aesthetic. Dan, great question. I will be doing that eventually. I'm still kind of in the early stages of understanding global privacy, because it's really interesting across the board. But I don't know enough about it to be able to speak on it yet, because, you know, I'm American and we're pretty famous for not paying attention to the rest of the world, despite us causing a lot of trouble for it. Yay. How do I control my little VTuber guy? I use a little Stream Deck, and then they're just connected to these little poses and stuff, which is fun. Yeah. There's a little bit of there's definitely better privacy laws in Europe, but I know that there is room for improvement. I was looking into several countries with this, and I've been really surprised with like how diverse it is so far. But again, I don't want to really get too deep into my thoughts on it until I like have a better understanding of the whole situation, which, knowing how long these videos take, could be next year. So, I'm definitely sorry in advance for that. Let me get a quick sip of tea. Look at that, planned ahead this time. My hands are not sticky spheres in real life. No, unfortunately not. Oh, I should... Okay, you know what? I'm adding that to my notes real quick. I will make a tea sip animation. That is a great suggestion. How I didn't think of that, I don't know. Let me write that down. Make tea sip animation. I love that. That is a great idea. What's my favorite color? Okay, it might surprise you given the blue background and my obsession for plants that are green. I really dig the color red. I don't know why. I think it's cool. I like all colors, to be fair, but I don't know. My iPod is red. The wire to my microphone is red. I just think it's like a neat color. I don't know. I definitely don't use it a lot, though, because it does tend to imply anger creatively. So, yeah. There's some great comments in here. Let's see here. No animation for red colored things. Yeah, there's only so much you can do. Let's see. You mentioned in a previous video that you buy all of your music digitally. I've also made the move with my home server after having Spotify. It was good finding new music, though. Any alternative? Ooh. That's a great question. I'll be honest. So like a majority of what I use for like managing my music library is iTunes right now. For purchasing music, mostly Bandcamp. But I also like buy CDs from like the local record store and stuff like that. And I go to like thrift stores and such, go get used CDs, because a lot of times they're in almost pristine condition because nobody used it, or like they got the CD, they plugged it into the computer to sync it to their iPod, and then they never touched it again. So a lot of them are in shockingly good condition, and you can get them for like 50 cents, $1 a piece. Like, it is a fantastic way to get a lot of music. So that's kind of how I handle music. Hey, the Cursed Judge, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Can I spam my little animations? No, I actually kind of did plan for that. But I can spam between them. Oh, look, there's a break button. Curse Judge, check this out. I got a little thingy in the mail. Look at that. I'm a YouTuber now. Isn't that neat? It's really shiny, and I like it a lot. So yeah. Again, thank you everybody for the 100,000. It's such a cool milestone. It looks like we are a minute past the time to start reading privacy policies. So thank you for the questions, everybody. We're going to start looking at those, start looking at BetterHelp. Now, just a little bit of clarification right off the bat. I will be struggling to keep up with the chat. I have some moderators that are helping me answer questions. So if you have questions while we're reading this policy, please ask them. They will be sent to me, but I'm going to be a little bit disconnected for a little bit. So just please keep that in mind. So who's ready for BetterHelp? Learning about BetterHelp's privacy policy. I'm personally excited. Okay. Yes, I actually will be diving into what BetterHelp is. So, the reason that BetterHelp came to my mind is they are a very common YouTube sponsor. I've seen them also just generally advertising across the internet. I know that my mom, for example, has mentioned that she's seen their ads before, and she's not a YouTube watcher. So, BetterHelp is a company that offers remote therapy. That's kind of their whole thing. They do a lot. And I mean, to be completely fair, there are undeniably certain examples where people have said that they've had a terrible experience with them. They have helped a lot of people. I do personally know people that used this service that did benefit from it at the time. So I think that for today's stream, we're just focusing on the privacy of this particular company. We're not really going to be diving into the various controversies that they have. And again, a reminder for everybody watching, for those that have just joined, we are not harassing creators that take sponsors from BetterHelp. We're here to inform people that are wanting to understand what's in the privacy policy of BetterHelp. While it's important to challenge each other, this does not justify harassment at all. And if I find out that any of you are harassing any creators, I will cease talking about these companies that sponsor on YouTube. Please do not ruin it for everyone. If you attempt to encourage harassment in the chat, you will be banned. No questions asked. I don't tolerate that. We're here for kindness and patience. So please keep that in mind when we're going through this. Now, that said, they have had one notable controversy that is related to privacy that I would love to dive into a little bit for some historical context before we start reading the privacy policy. This is a fun little thing called an FTC complaint. This complaint charged BetterHelp a whopping $7.8 million fine for BetterHelp sharing user data for advertising purposes without informing them, meaning that it wasn't in the privacy policy. There's a couple things that I want to point out in here. We're not going to be reading this entire thing because we have an entire other privacy policy to read. We don't have the time. But I think that there's a lot of really interesting insight here that we should look at before we read BetterHelp's privacy policy. A question that I do get asked a lot is, what if a company, like, how can we trust what a company is saying in their privacy policy? What if they're lying, right? I get that question constantly, and I think it's a valid question. And this is an example of why we would have asked that question, right? This is an example of a company that got caught for lying on their privacy policy. And having the so basically, the reason that I bring this up is I think it's important to, so like in this case, let's assume that they are continuing to lie. I'm not saying that they are. They've hopefully have fixed things since this, FTC complaint. But what if, so we enter reading this privacy policy with the assumption that this company has lied in the past about this, and we don't like what's in the privacy policy, it shouldn't really matter based off of that question, right? Like if we're not comfortable with what's in the privacy policy, then it doesn't ultimately matter if they lie or not, right? So let me see here. Point 5. So I'm just going to read a couple of these. From 2013 to December of 2020, BetterHelp, that's what this is, continually broke these privacy promises, monetizing customers' health information to target them and others with advertisements for the service. For example, from 2018 to 2020, BetterHelp used consumers' emails addresses and the fact that they had previously been in therapy to instruct Facebook to identify similar consumers and target them with advertisements for the service, bringing in tens of thousands of new paying users and millions of dollars in revenue as a result. I specifically bring this up because the issue isn't that they were selling user data. The issue is that they were using user data for their own advertising in a way that they weren't being clear about. So if we scroll down a little bit further, there's, like I said, you should read this. It's really interesting. Let's see, points 14 and 15. Okay, so the BetterHelp's primary website and app, BetterHelp, has seen explosive growth over the last few years, adding over 118,000 US users in 2018, over 158,000 in 2019, and look at this one, over 641,000 users in the US in 2020. I wonder what happened in 2020 that might have caused people to seek out therapy. Since its inception, BetterHelp has signed up over 2 million users and today has over 374 active users in the United States. As a result, they've earned over $345 million in revenue in 2020 and over $720 million in revenue in 2021. So, like, they make a ton of money. And there was one other point I saw in here. Where is it? I didn't write this one down for some reason. Oh, well. It was essentially saying that they, let's see. I'm going to find it exactly. I'm sorry. Here we go. Respondent has spent tens of millions of dollars annually to market the service. In 2020, for example, it spent $10 to $20 million on Facebook advertising, and by 2021, the advertising on Facebook was bringing in approximately 30 to 40,000 new users per quarter. So they were using their user data to pay, again, like they weren't selling data, they were actually spending money with their user data. They were using that information to pay Facebook to reveal ads. They were paying Facebook millions of dollars. And it was bringing in tons of new users. Remember, in 2021, it brought in this many users per quarter, and they made $720 million that year, right? Like, it clearly works for them. And again, they weren't being transparent about it in their privacy policy. And so this is, unfortunately, kind of a weird case where a company got caught lying and kind of got away with it. There was a video that I saw recently where a creator mentioned that he declined a BetterHelp sponsorship, and they were going to pay him $100,000 for 6 ad reads, which is a lot of money to be spending. And this video was posted semi-recently. So they clearly are still investing obscene amounts of money in their advertising, right? Which implies that they did kind of get away with this issue, right? They got hit with that $7.8 million fine, and that was it. They just moved on. Now, they did officially respond to this, and I do want to read this full thing out for full fairness to the company. I am critical of this, and we'll get into that after this, but let's have a quick look at it. We are deeply committed to the privacy of our members. I'll start highlighting, I'm sorry. To our members, and we value the trust that people put into us by using our service. Our technology, policies, and procedures are designed to protect and secure our members' information so it is not used or shared without their approval and consent. BetterHelp and the FTC have reached a settlement in regard to BetterHelp's advertising practices that were in effect between 2017 and 2020. The FTC alleged that we used limited, encrypted information to optimize. See, they're getting real particular with this, because if you read the full complaint, it was very clear that they had some people in positions that were mishandling this information greatly. Okay, so anyways, they allege that we used limited encrypted information to optimize the effectiveness of our advertising campaigns so we could deliver more ads and reach people who would be interested in the service. This is an industry standard practice that is routinely used by some of the largest health providers, health system, and healthcare brands. Nonetheless, we understand the FTC's desire to set new precedents around consumer marketing, and we are happy to settle this matter with the agency. The settlement, with no admission of wrongdoing, allows us to continue our focus and mission to help millions of people around the world and get access to quality therapy. To clarify, we do not share and have never shared with advertisers, publishers, and social media platforms or any similar third parties private information such as members' names, clinical data, or therapy sessions. In addition, we do not receive and have never received any payment from any third party or any kind of information about any of our users. As an ongoing investment in privacy, BetterHelp.com has recently been certified by HITRUST. This certification is the industry-recognized gold standard for providing the highest level of information protection and compliance assurance because of the comprehensiveness of control requirements, depth and of quality review. Whew, God, they really get wordy with this, don't they? And the consistency of oversight. In cooperation with the FTC, we will continue to make industry-leading investments in safeguarding the privacy of our members. It is a decent response, all things considered. You know, it's nice that they've worked with the FTC to kind of figure things out. But something that I really want to point out here is this part. To clarify, we do not share information and have never shared information with advertisers, publishers, social media platforms, and other similar third parties. That's true. That's not what this complaint is about. This complaint is about how they were using their user data and paying other companies to advertise to them, their product specifically, which is not what they're describing here. So I think that there was probably a lot of articles written at the time that were implying that they were, so that this was probably just a safety move on their part. I get it. So yeah, I just wanted to bring that to your attention right before we get into this. I think it's really important to give them a shot. Again, there's plenty to be critical of, but we do want to try to keep it fair around here. I'm going to take a quick drink for water and stuff. So I will be right back. And then we will start reading. Whoa! The privacy policy. I am sorry it took so long to get there. I just thought that context was incredibly important. Stefan, great point. It is easier said than done. I mean, I'll be honest, for a majority of people, $100,000 is a life-changing amount of money. And it is really easy to understand why people take that, right? That's why I'm so... I can't emphasize enough that we are not here to criticize creators that have taken... Or not necessarily criticize, but we're not here to harass creators that have taken BetterHelp, right? That's a lot of money. Like, I'm in a fortunate position that my amazing Patreon members and channel supporters have been able to support me, you know, this way, so I can avoid sponsors like this, right? So I do agree, though, that it is incredibly difficult. It looks like I missed a couple of... Oh, we got a new supporter. Welcome, Kara. Very cool. Welcome. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to get a little bit more tea. So good. Cursed Judge, is HITRUST actually a reliable certifier? I don't know. I haven't looked into it. That's a great question, though. I would love to look into it. To Mark's point, yeah, third-party assessors are usually companies that are specifically designed to care about this stuff. So I will look into it for the future, but yeah, I don't know. Yes, this is a real stream, and yes, there are actually people watching me literally read a privacy policy. Thank you for being here. So, let's actually get into it. Which tea? I will be honest, it was just whatever my wife had in the cabinet. I'm not a tea person usually. It was a recommendation from Katie Sketch, friend of the channel. She was like, oh, you sound exhausted by the end of your streams. You should be drinking tea the whole time with honey in it. I was like, whatever. She was totally right. I was way wrong. Alrighty. What is this document? We're just going to dive straight into it. Privacy policies can be dense and inaccessible. Sometimes you just want your question answered with... Oh boy, hang on. Privacy policies can be dense and inaccessible. Sometimes you just want your question answered quickly without having to navigate pages of text. It's weird how that's the case. With this document, we hope to make that easier. We have tried our best to make our privacy policy as easy to navigate and understand as possible. If you have any questions while reading it, please don't hesitate to reach out to their email address there. For the purposes of this policy and otherwise specified, data includes information that is linked to one person or household, including things like name, email address, phone numbers, device ID, third-party identifiers, contact information, and communications with therapists using our digital communication platform, aka the platform, to provide services, therapists. Some jurisdictions might consider this to be personal data. I agree. Personal identifiable information or sensitive data in certain circumstances. I definitely agree. Therapy data is, I would consider, sensitive personal data. When you use and access our app or website, you accept and agree to both the terms and conditions and this privacy policy, including that we'll share certain data with service providers. Very fun. Oops, didn't mean to click that. Will this document be updated? Ooh, everybody knows this. Everybody in the chat, give me an angry. Ooh, I hate this language in these privacy policies. This is my least favorite thing in privacy policies. Angry is the emotion here. We may update this privacy policy. When we make significant changes to this policy, we will notify you through our website or app when you log into your account. Ooh, that's actually good. That's actually better than I was expecting. I'm sorry. I got angry ahead of time. Calm down, everybody. We encourage you to this is the part that I don't like. We encourage you to periodically review this page for the latest information. So, okay, they send out notifications. That's actually better than most companies do. We got to give them credit. But, we shouldn't have to also rely on viewing this page periodically. How to navigate this document. I actually do like this. It is rare when a company actually... There's actually a few things that I like in this privacy policy that I'll show you. How to navigate this document is a great thing, though. This document is broken into 7 sections divided by topic. To navigate to a section, reference the list below, which provides examples of the types of questions that will be answered in that section. When you find a section that interests you, just click on it and you'll automatically be directed there. Now, since we're going to be reading every single section, we will just be skipping these lists things. These are just examples of what would be associated with these particular topics, but since we're diving into significantly more detail, we will have all of these answers questioned. So we will be skipping past that to Section 1, Data Collection and Processing. Okay, are you all ready for the thing that I actually really appreciate about this privacy policy? The categories of data which we process. What's this little thing right here? We're going to click that, and then look at that. They have definitions built into the policy. Now, I'll admit, I kind of wish they were just already expanded like this. I don't like that I have to click it. But, if I'm being honest, I've never seen anybody else do that. Big fan. I really like that. So, when they process information, now we have the term for process. In this policy, we We refer generally to activities done with data as processing or process. Examples of processing includes collecting, storing, and using data. Isn't that nice? Isn't that a nice thing? They give you a little explainer right there. Love it. Anyways, we process this data to do things like operate the platform and make sure you're able to use our services effectively. So again, this totally makes sense. To use the service at all, you need to give them some information and they need to use that information. For example, sending you an email for a reminder about an appointment, right? They need your email to be able to accomplish that, right? So collecting some data certainly makes sense. We may also process data to send you periodic emails or text messages. Don't love that, but whatever. In some cases, these communications are to provide services, right? Other times they're to provide marketing communications. That's the part I don't like. You can opt out of receiving marketing communications at any time. Okay, that's a W right there. We like that. Additionally, provided you opt in, we may process and share some data with third parties for advertising purposes. And if we click third parties, looky there, whoa! For the purposes of this policy, a third party means an entity, I better scroll up a little bit, an entity that is not BetterHelp, not a service provider, not a therapist, or any other party that is specifically called out in this policy. So it's Facebook, for example. Facebook was a third party when we're talking about that BetterHelp complaint from the FTC. Facebook would be considered a third party in this case. I don't know that they are actually one of the advertising partners, though, to be completely fair. So we'll get to that. You can find more details in the relevant sections of this policy. We'll get there. Don't worry. What specific data are you processing and why do you collect it? So here's a great case where we actually get insight as to what they're doing with your data. What do they collect and why? What data we process depends on how you're using our website and platform. We explain in this section below that the specific data we collect and process and, oh God, some of these read like a lawyer wrote them and it really shows. Okay. Let's see here. We explain in the section below the specific data we collect and process, and in the following section, in the section following this, there we go, I figured it out. The business purpose for collecting and processing the data. You will also see a column that identifies the legal basis of processing this data. We may rely on one or more legal basis for processing. It's a good thing that I definitely have a little dyslexia, so I apologize for everybody watching me literally read one of the most difficult documents to read for most people. Okay. As highlighted in the table below, we collect and process therapy data, which includes health and treatment information that is required to facilitate therapy. You can find information, I love that they do this. You can find information on how long we store data, we collect and process these categories of the data in the section for how long do they retain your data in the section. We will get to that section a little bit later. I will spoil a little bit of something. They do actually give you a number as to how long they retain your data. I don't love the number, but they give you a number. That's pretty cool. So here we have a big stinky table, names of categories, name of category of data, and then the information that is collected and what it's used for. Okay. Is this the part that I need? Yeah, this is it. Okay, so now there's something on the left of this screen that I've been totally ignoring. This is the privacy visualizer. In the last video, I did use this to kind of showcase a rough idea of what certain data brokers are dealing with. It was blurry, I apologize. But this is an actual tool that I made to help kind of visualize what you're reading when we're reading a privacy policy. So I actually will be filling out this information as we read this privacy policy so that we'll have a visual representation of what we're reading, which is pretty cool, right? I think it's cool. Okay, let's start looking. This is my favorite part. When you visit the website, app, or platform and process information like the particular pages visited or which features you interacted with. The amount of time on the website or app, site app, or platform errors. Okay, so right off the bat, the amount of time on the website or app, that is usage data. So if we actually click on this little name here, we actually do have definitions of kind of what this means. So ways to interact with the app or website, right there. That's the definition, like an app launch, tabs, click, scrolling information, blah, 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 right? So we actually have our first data point of collection, usage data. Pretty cool. These will change colors as we go on. Blue will represent they collect data, orange will represent that they share data, and red will represent that they sell data. So in this case, so far from what we've read, they do collect usage data, how you use the how you use the app, right? But here's another one: site, app, and platform errors. That's diagnostics. This is information including crash logs. So we already got diagnostics off of this too. Pretty fun. Information about the types of device and browser you're using and IP address. Okay. The browser information and stuff like that, we are going to consider that to be usage data in this particular case, but IP address can give you information, like some location information. They do actually have more specific location information, but because you can be identified to what city you're in with an IP address, we will be counting location. We may process IP address, hashed emails, address, external identifiers. Do they give you like a pop-up for this? Yeah, look at this. Isn't this lovely? So an external identifier would include things, an identifier issued by or belonging to an external entity that is not BetterHelp, such as a preferred service provider or third party, such as a click identifier, a cookie identifier. Examples of external identifiers are the Google Click ID, Google Advertising ID, IDFA, MetaClick ID, and the TikTok Click ID. Okay, so cookies, browsing data. Because it is specifically third party, right? And I do kind of specify that in here. Now, if you've watched the cookie video, you'll know that cookies don't necessarily mean that they see other stuff that you're doing on other websites, but because they specifically call out third parties here, and they are specifically calling out companies that are third-party cookie processors, we will be counting that in there. Okay. Getting back to it. Now we have internal identifiers. Ooh, see, this is why I like these little definitions. This is great stuff. More companies seriously need to do this. Okay. Internal identifier is an identifier used by, belonging to, or hosted on premises by BetterHelp that is unique to a user. So this is more kind of what I was talking about with like, there's first-party cookies and third-party cookies. This is a first-party cookie, right? Sort of. It could be. Examples of internal identifiers are user IDs and hashed user IDs, which, believe it or not, that's an identifier. Whoa! Oops, I meant to make it blue. And as you can see here, identifiers does include user ID. So, and let's see, and internal identifiers issued to conduct internal first-party analytics. So again, that kind of leads back to that usage data. They know when you use the app because they're tracking through first-party identifiers, like cookies that are first-party cookies, right? If available based on the settings of your device. So, right. So with external identifiers, you can block third-party cookies. So technically, those ones wouldn't be relevant, right? Theoretically. A lot of asterisks associated with that. How much money does it cost to keep up the visualizer? If yes, there's a way to support. The Patreon is a great way to support. It doesn't cost me a lot, fortunately. The Patreon does very easily cover it currently. I think it's only like, $30-$40 a year. So, yeah. But thanks for asking. I do appreciate that. And we'll share information with third parties if you opt into advertising, previously targeting cookies, and web beacons. Right. So, again, you can change some of that stuff, which is nice. What it's used for, connecting you with therapy services. And again, all these definitions. This does make this policy a lot longer to read, but honestly, good. I'm totally okay with it. So it's used for connecting you with therapy. So in order to connect you with therapy services on our platform, I should scroll up. I'm sorry, I forgot that I cover it. We need to be able to facilitate information sharing between you and your therapist so that you can get the help that you need from them, right? So like, you can't communicate with this particular person if you're not able to contact them, right? Like, this totally makes sense, right? We also process data like your therapist preferences, your state if applicable. So with therapist preferences, a lot of therapy services will ask like, oh, do you prefer a certain style of therapy? Do you prefer a man or a woman to be your therapist? Stuff like that, right? And so they offer that as well. So again, your state if applicable, and your applicable, never going to say that right, and your country to determine what therapist to suggest to you based on applicable licensing or accreditation requirements. Ooh, fancy word there. Accreditation. We love that. What's another thing they use it for? Facilitating. Look, I love all these like tangible, understandable examples of how they use this data, right? And this is, granted, 5 different checkboxes here, right? We're only on the first bullet point, right? But I love that they give all of these examples to make it painfully clear why they need it, right? Big fan. That's all I'm saying. So to facilitate tools for you and your therapist, once you start therapy, we need to process certain data to enable therapy tools within the platform, such as journal entries, setting a goal, and providing relevant worksheets. These help facilitate more effective therapeutic experiments and outcome. As somebody who's been to plenty of therapy, yeah, worksheets are cool. I like therapy in person though, so, I don't have to necessarily worry about that. I just walk into a place and they hand me some paper. But communicating with you. Okay, again, all the detail. Big fan. For example, we need to make sure that if you ask a question or have a concern about the platform, we're able to respond and provide you an answer. Right. So if you reach out to their support channel, for example, how are they going to get back to you? They need your email, right? Additionally, if you represent an organizational customer, such as a business or a nonprofit, then the BetterHelp business team may contact you in your professional capacity to service your organization's account, answer questions, and provide support. For those that weren't aware, there's like a whole business side to these particular companies, which I've always found really fascinating. It's like it can be included as a benefit, depending on the workplace that you're at. So, kind of neat. I know there's a few other companies that do it, but I'm not surprised BetterHelp was one of them. So, monitoring and improve therapy quality. Here we go. Interesting stuff here. For example, we track if a live session occurred, was canceled, or if the therapist did not show up to ensure that timely services are being delivered to you. Okay, so that's fair, right? They use usage data, what we were talking about right here, to validate that the person using the service actually showed up, or that the therapist showed up. If the therapist doesn't show up, well, they want to ditch that person. They don't want that person representing their platform, right? So usage data in this case makes sense. And again, that's not necessarily specific information, right? That has nothing to do with your therapy session other than it happened or it didn't, right? We also track ratings, reviews, complaints, and other client feedback to ensure the quality of our therapists on our platform, right? So they send you little surveys, right? If you consent, a licensed therapist who's employed as a part of the BetterHelp clinical operations team may review correspondence with your therapist for quality assurance purposes. For example, if you raise a concern about your therapist, or we have concerns about a specific therapist's clinical care. In addition, internal trust and safety or legal teams may review correspondence for specific accounts if we have reason to believe that there is a security, legal, or fraud issue occurring with that specific account. We'll get into more detail about some of the legal stuff in a bit. It is kind of further fleshed out later on in this policy. Personalizing your web app experience. There's a lot of these, so I apologize, but I do want to get through all of these because I do think BetterHelp actually does a really good job at giving us the context that we need to understand what they collect for these particular 5 categories. Again, we are just looking at these 5 categories right now. It's crazy. So personalize your web or app experience. For example, if you were to identify as a member of the LGBTQ+ community and would prefer a therapist who has relevant expertise, experience, and training to provide therapy services for LGBTQ+ members, we process information to allow us to match you with an appropriate therapist that can meet those needs. Right. So again, when you sign up for a service like this, and if they offer that, which these guys do, they'll ask you just a little survey at the beginning. Hey, what do you want? Right. So this totally makes sense in the context of what service they provide. Another example is if you state that you would like help with anxiety, we may recommend content and features that would be helpful to you, such as anxiety-related group sessions. I did not know they did group sessions. How does that work? I've only done them in person, so this is just really interesting for me to see. Wow, look at this one. Look how big this definition is. Can we get some... I know we love being critical of companies, but let's be honest. Let's give them a little love right here. This is very clear. I feel like this is really easy to understand, right? I'm really impressed right now. So help us understand how you use our service. How can we improve our products and services to make them more effective and convenient? Ooh, what's our thing here? I'm just kidding. We don't like convenience. I'm kidding, of course. Sometimes convenience is fine, and it's up to you as the individual if you find it worth it. And offer you new features. For example, we may use some of your data to determine which products and features to roll out, which features are popular and require more investment and resources, or decide to remove features that are not presenting or providing value. So I'm trying to think of an example that would be related to this, but like sometimes they'll like do a little pop-up when you launch the app, or they'll send certain notifications or something like that. And if they find that it's causing detriment to people using the platform, they'll stop doing that thing, right? Or if they find that it's engaging people more often, they will, do it more, because duh. Okay. We may also process data to know when you have already seen certain notifications, hey, we were just talking about that, on the platform, and do not need to be shown them again. See? Kind of nice. I hate notifications with a fiery passion, so it's nice that they know when you see them so they don't keep showing them to you. Another example of this is when you use your IP address to help conveniently auto-populate your state if applicable, and country applicable. Jeez, I'm never going to get that. I promise you, this entire time I'll be doing these streams for the rest of my life, I will never be able to say that word correctly the first time upon reading it. Or situates providing your address when completing information about your emergency contact. That's interesting. Okay, so technically emergency contact technically falls under contacts, but we'll get there in a second. They do specify that a little bit later. We may also track regular usage of certain pages, buttons, or features of the platform in order to allocate our research and development resources appropriately. In addition, if you opt into our analytics, previously performance cookies, interesting, we may process some data to track site visits across our sister sites such as Regain, I didn't know they owned that, and Teen Counseling, and our BetterHelp business and therapist acquisition web properties. This is known as first-party cross-domain tracking. That makes sense. First-party cookies. They track stuff that they own. Makes sense. Technically a third-party cookie, but like not really. Like technically it is, but it is their third-party cookie, so I understand the like nuance to that particular point. Also, if anybody from BetterHelp is watching, your unordered list is missing a bullet point right there. Or no, it's just aligned weird. Look at that. It's at the bottom. So you have to adjust some CSS with your CMS people. Anyways, complying with laws. For example, a court might subpoena information from us where we would be required to share certain information requested in the subpoena. In addition, therapists are subject to certain legal requirements and professional obligations to have a full record and or complete information of the care services they provide to you, aka the clinical health record, which must be retained for a certain amount of time following the conclusion of your care. This is not unique to BetterHelp, that is very true, and is applicable to in-person therapy as well. That's 100% true. There's this like crazy misconception in media that like, I think it's in Breaking Bad. We were just watching Breaking Bad, and the therapist was like, and I'm sure it depends on the state you're in too, but he was like, I can't share anything with you unless you're hurting yourself. Or like you're actively going to hurt others or something like that. And it's like, no, they can share more than that. Like if they need to, they can. So keep an eye on your laws and your states, because I mean, there's a lot of confidentiality with it, which is nice, but just it's not this like ironclad, like anything you say in therapy stays in therapy. Like, no, like you can get sent to a hospital if you say the right thing. Speaking from experience. So keep in mind that as a general rule, we defer your chosen therapist to decide to produce or not produce any psychotherapy notes or messages that you had written with them. Right. So it's up to the therapist to take notes, essentially. Many jurisdictions have strict rules governing therapist-client relationships. Right. See, that's what I was just getting at. And the confidentiality requirements associated with that. We encourage you to discuss with your therapist early on if you have concerns about that. I agree with that. Actually, you should, if you're concerned about that for some reason, bring it up. Talk about it. That's kind of the point of therapy. And then protecting your safety and the safety of others. For example, if we have reason to believe that you or any other person may be in immediate danger or your privacy has been infringed upon, we may use the information. Actually, I have a really funny story. I don't think it's going to happen this stream, but I do have a really funny story about my privacy getting infringed on recently. Anyways, we may use the information to investigate or reach out to you or the appropriate authorities if it is legally appropriate or permitted to do so. There's I see here in one of the questions. I was going to wait till it came up, but I have to go to work, and I'll say it now. Therapists have an ethical obligation to keep records for 7 years. That is actually really good insight. And so the number may not be up to BetterHelp. That's a good point. I will spoil, BetterHelp does keep it longer than 7 years, which is a little problematic. But that's really good to know that there is like an actual standard for that number, at least to an extent. So thank you. That's really good insight. See, here we got another one of those misaligned bullets. Put it to the top. Make it there. Anyways, send opportunities, promotions, news, updates, and reminders about our services and your account. For example, we might email you to offer you a special promotion or discount. That makes sense. That's what a lot of companies do. We might also email you to provide you with therapy-related news or content that you might find interesting. You can opt out, not opt in to getting these. So these are on by default, which is really annoying. So you can opt out of receiving texts or marketing communications at any time. Cool. So you can at least turn it off. It should be off by default, but whatever. If you engage with us in a professional capacity on behalf of an organization, such as the BetterHelp Business Account Administrator, then we might email promotions and therapy-related news to you that might be relevant to your organization. You can opt out of those as well. Cool. Neat. And monitoring and protecting the security of the platform. We are still on the first bullet, and I apologize for how long it's taking to get through this. But it's fun. I like it. So monitoring and protecting the security of the platform. For example, we process certain data and make sure that you are only able to access it on your account, and to place controls or challenges to prevent unauthorized access. We may also process some of your data when issuing security patches and bug fixes in order to address security risks. We may also process your data to track potential abuse on the platform, prevent and detect security incidents, and protect against malicious, deceptive, fraudulent, or illegal activity, or prosecute those responsible for such activities. Fun fact, BetterHelp has not had a data breach yet. They are not on the list of companies that have had one. So, as of now, they're doing a decent job with this. Gotta give them credit there. So that's cool. Okay, we are finally moving on. Good gravy. To onboarding data. God. Long policy. We love long policies, though. It usually means more detail. Sometimes. Can we dive into AI policies live in the future? Yes, in the future. There's a lot of discussion to be had around AI that I am not prepared to do yet. Okay, onboarding data. What is collected? To create an account with the platform, the user fills out a questionnaire. We process this information to complete the questionnaire. Seems reasonable. What it's used for is connecting you with therapy services, monitoring and improving therapy quality. So like a lot of what we just read, personalizing your web experience, helping us understand how you use the service, complying with laws, sending promotions, and the legal basis for processing. So I'm glad that they defined all of that above, because now we don't need to do it again. See? Benefits to reading the whole thing. we now get to save a little bit of time. Oh, this is another really great question before we get to account data. Why do companies like BetterHelp just sponsor everyone they can? Seems odd to be spending so much effort, for advertising. We actually did kind of see this in the FTC complaint. This kind of answers our question. They spent $10 million on Facebook advertising in 2020, so the year before, and the following year, they gained an enormous amount of new users as a result of spending that money in advertising, and those new users gained them $700 million in revenue, right? So they spent $10 million, for example, and gained another $700 million. Like, it's kind of a no-brainer for them to be doing it this way. I don't love it, but I think it explains why. Also, I see a super chat about TOSDR. I have a lot of thoughts about that particular website, and I hate to admit it. I am not a fan of summaries. There's a reason we are reading the entire privacy policy right now, because a summary doesn't give you all of this context, right? Like, how many people here knew about, every single detail in all of these, right? Like, some of you certainly did. I saw some people mentioning like HIPAA and all of that stuff, and that's fantastic. But to the average person, like, again, think like my mom or my dad even, right? Like, people that aren't like the most technically savvy, right? A summary cannot give you all of this context, right? It just can't. And so I'm hesitant to recommend services that are summaries, because the state that we're in now is that people don't read these things, and summaries clearly didn't help. We've been doing summaries for years and years and years at this point, and I think we should probably just be tackling the issue head on instead. And I'm glad that these streams have been helping some people actually start reading these things, because it matters. My own mom reads privacy policies now. I can't tell you how insane that is. I spent years and years and years trying to convince her and summarize for her what is within a privacy policy, but it was only until I created this tool and started walking her through every single thing in a privacy policy step by step that she actually started reading them. Like, too long, terms of service didn't read doesn't do that. It can't do that. It's a summary. It's the same as reading a headline and claiming you read the article. And we're going to get the articles in a little bit. PayPal has some really interesting stuff related to that. So that's my thought on it. I appreciate what they're trying to do. I wish they were significantly more consistent in their ranking system, because again, like with this, it's very consistent. There's always consistent categories and everything. Terms of service didn't read doesn't have that. It's incredibly inconsistent in how it summarizes information, which is not beneficial. I think that, unfortunately, I hate to say it, Louis Rossman's project going on as well with the consumer wiki thing also currently lacks consistency in how it's presenting a lot of that information. And like, I understand that that's an open source project and everything like that, and it's almost impossible to create those standards in a setup like he has. But I do want to call out that like consistency helps a lot when it comes to complicated topics like this, right? And especially if you do try to summarize things, consistency is going to make it even more impactful. And those particular services don't. I am a huge fan of the consumer activists wiki that he's been working on. Don't get me wrong. I'm a huge advocate of it. I have contributed to it. But yeah, those are my thoughts on summarizing, which is why you're watching me read a lot of policy on live stream. This isn't summarizing. We're literally reading the entire thing. Yeah, anyways. Do I own a smart TV, or have you found a good alternative to a dumb TV? I own a dumb TV. I got really lucky and bought it in like 2017 for like $100 from Best Buy, and I've just held on to it for dear life. It's 1080, but I wear glasses. I can't see so good, so it doesn't matter. Okay, we're going to get to account data now. We get to fill out a couple more squares. So, what users collected? Once a user creates an account with the platform, we process data such as the account name of the user that the user selects, other demographics and contact information, such as email, contact information, because right here we can see name, phone number, address, email address, which we all have right here. Emergency contact details, again. Technically, that would count as a contact, a different contact that isn't you. So we are going to count that. And whether a user verifies their email address. We also may ask if the user has insurance on the end and what plan they have. Seems reasonable. And again, it looks like they're using the exact same what is it used for categories that we read above, which is fantastic. I love that. Again, consistency. This is summarizing, but they gave us all of the context, which is cool. So we're going to move on to user ID. We assign each user, including therapists, who create an account a sequentially generated user ID. Interesting that it's sequential. There's nothing like particularly bad about that. I just think it's interesting. It's like it just adds a number to the end of it. This is neat. User IDs are unique to each account and are required in order to enable the platform to function the service. Yeah, this makes sense. You need to be able to identify your users to be able to use. We will be getting to health. Don't worry. This is a long policy. We will be getting to health data. I promise. So yeah, this does tie into an identifier though. So we've already checked it. Transaction data. Ooh, here we go. So we process data about your payment transactions to the platform, such as whether the user completed a payment to our services, signed up for services using a trial, canceled or ended a trial, and received a discount or financial aid, or received any extensions or refunds. We also process this whether a visitor has registered to create an account. So that's purchases and payment information. Actually, is that purchases? Hang on, let me think. Because they're tracking whether you like signed up, used a trial, stuff like that. So that's like history of the information related to your financial information. So yeah, we're going to count purchases there as well. Again, we will be skipping these since we did read these already. Engagement data. And I've also read this, but it's fine. We'll do it anyway. We process usage data about how you interact with emails we send. Oh, that's actually, okay, this is a really interesting thing. There are things that you can hide in emails, like hidden PNGs or GIFs or whatever, that contain cookies. So like when you open an email, they know you opened it. Really interesting. Some email providers block those automatically for you. Big fan of those. Will not be shouting them out directly just in case people are like, oh, you're sponsored. I'm not. But yeah, I don't know if Proton Mail does it. I should look into that. I want to make an email about email service. I want to make a video about email services in the future, so we'll do it then. We send different features when you're logged into the platform. For emails we send, we collect usage data, including whether you receive an email, open it, and click any links it contains. When you log onto the platform, we also collect usage data about activity conducted during that logged in session, such as when a user logs in, the logging and timing, the number and length of messages received sent throughout the platform. That's interesting. So they don't like have the content of the messages, they just have the length of them, which is really interesting. Received text or sent message timing, number of durations of live sessions or scheduled or conducted. That makes sense. The number and timings of use or other features such as worksheets, journals, and goals. That makes sense. As well. And then this category does not, again, I love that they specify, this category does not include therapy data like the content of any messages sent or received by users, the content of any live sessions, or the content of any journal entries, worksheets, or goals. Super worth calling out there, right? And we're not including information that's shared or anything like that. Like, they straight up don't collect that information in regards to engagement data, which is really worth calling out. That's a win. That's cool. Therapy data. Hey, we're getting to that health data now. Very fun. We process written communications and related to the platform. I need to slow down, get a quick sip of tea. Reading too much, I'm sorry. These are fun. I love doing this. They are lengthy though, let's be honest. I accidentally kept it muted. I'm so sorry. I know how to use the Stream Deck, that's for sure. Let's see here. So therapy data. We process written communications and related information users share with their therapist to facilitate the therapy. This includes messages with therapists, worksheets, journal entries. So this is what they're considering therapist data, not engagement data, right? Makes sense. They actually separate that, which is pretty cool. This includes messages with therapists, worksheets, blah, blah, blah. We just read that. Users may also choose to send audio messages, which are automatically transcribed. We do not record the video or audio sessions with therapists, right? So, again, really nice that they clarify this. They don't see what you say in your therapy sessions, which is, I mean, like, at least in regards to, like, the actual live sessions, which is really cool. Nice that they specify that. Now, that is health data. No, they do definitely collect health data in regards to that. So we will be counting that. Therapy quality data. We process client feedback about their therapist, including ratings and reviews of the therapist's action regarding switching therapists or quitting therapy, and the reason selected by the client. So, you know, like when you stop using a particular service, it asks, "Hey, why are you leaving?" That would, in this particular case, be considered therapy quality data. We process therapy session availability, session cancellation, and no-shows. Again, totally makes sense from a therapy perspective. I know that a lot of places that I've gone have to track that stuff for funding purposes, which I don't think is a problem with this particular company, but you get the idea. And does that, let's see here. I'm going to call that other data. Since that doesn't really fit into, like, actually that is sort of, wait, hang on. We process written communications. Okay, therapy data is also user content, now that I'm thinking about it, because this is content created by you and the user. The music's a little loud. I will get that fixed real lickety split. Thanks for the heads up. Hopefully that's better. Okay. Let's see here. So yeah, user content is basically anything written by you as the user, and since this includes messages with therapists, that is user content. So we're going to count that as well. And actually here as well. We're getting to a section where we'll fill in a couple more though. Let's see. So customer service data, we process communications that you have with the customer service team. Again, that is user content. Makes sense. Therapist data. Here we go. In order to engage with therapists who express an interest in working with us, such as individuals who provide information at an in-person. Okay, so this is for therapists directly, right? Oh, what is a legitimate interest? That is a fantastic question. Let's, you know what? Didn't they define it up here? They didn't. That's interesting. I am mighty curious. Okay, anyways, a legitimate interest is, like, for example, the form on my website. Actually, let's pull that up. Reject convenience. I spell convenience wrong so many times, by the way, just so everybody's aware, which I think is really funny. So on the front page here, I have like my privacy policy up front. The legitimate interest stuff would be things like browsing data in relation to cookies. There are three. They're functional to the form. If I didn't have these enabled, the form wouldn't work. Like, it's a legitimate interest. Like, I don't, and like I do specify here like every detail about how those works, but that would be an example of something that is a legitimate interest. It's something that like you need it. Right? It needs to be there to do the thing that they offer, right? So yeah, that's an explanation. Also, sorry for flashbanging people, just there, going from dark mode to light mode like that. Okay. Let's see, we were under therapy data therapist. Okay, so this is in regards to like therapists specifically. These are the people that they hire, right? This is the data that is collected about them. So most of us will not be impacted, as probably not therapists. I can't imagine there are 330 therapists watching. That would be incredibly surprising. Also, whoa, hi everybody. Welcome. That's a lot of people. I just realized that. Okay, so in order to engage with therapists who express an interest in working with us, such as individuals who provide information at in-person or online recruitment events. Ooh, I didn't know they had in-person events. Follow up with therapists who applied to work with us on the status of their applications to identify, match, credential, recredential, run checks, issues 1099s, and pay therapists. We process therapist information such as the therapist's name, bank account information, gender, date of birth. A lot of this, I normally do include like everything in the privacy visualizer when we're filling it out. But given that this is for the quote unquote employees, it does feel a little different to include it. You know what I mean? But I do think that there is a point where like, yeah, we do have sensitive data coming up. So like this isn't the sensitive data necessarily. Like if you do work with them, yes, you should be considering this data is collected, right? So government identification numbers, email addresses, phone numbers, address, NPI numbers. I don't know what that is. License information, CAQH. That's not even fun to say out loud. Wow, that's terrible. Number. And areas of interest, expertise, language, education, and job history. So like there is undeniably a decent amount of sensitive information in that list. But again, just because of, I don't know, it feels a little bit weird to like, I don't know. I'm curious, everybody in the chat, does it make sense to include the employees / contractors that would be associated with these particular businesses in the privacy visualizer while we're reading these privacy policies? I don't know. I think it's really interesting. Is it companies? So is it typical for companies to include employee stuff in their privacy policies? Sometimes. It seems relatively inconsistent. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of no's, so we will be ignoring that for now, but again, we will get sensitive information in a moment. So yeah, there are definitely some privacy policies that do go into employee stuff. I know some companies that I've worked for have specifically had an employee version of the privacy policy, which I think is really interesting. So yeah. Yeah, like somebody pointed out, it's only when you're signing the contract with them. Like that's usually when they present the company's version of it. So yeah. Okay. Therapists may also separately outside of this policy consent to using facial scans to assist them to logging in and verify their identity. What the heck? I didn't read that before. That's so weird. I mean, get that that's like Face ID. Ugh, it's weird. I don't like that. I don't like the way that was said. You know, that's uncanny. Depending on the country in which you are credentialed, we may collect independent verification of criminal background check, which, from the last video, everybody say it out loud, that is a risk mitigation data broker. Very fun. BetterHelp's business data. Ooh. BetterHelp Business, and again, this is kind of a similar thing. This is for companies that are offering the service to their employees, which, I mean, you might work for a place that does offer this, so we will be looking at this. Because this does impact employees, potentially. So, BetterHelp Business is our offering for employers, and groups bringing behavioral health services into their organizations. To facilitate these services, we need to have a way to administer benefits by confirming individuals are part of an organization and therefore eligible to receive BetterHelp services. We also process data from individuals who engage with us and provide their data in a professional capacity on behalf of an organization, such as business owners who are requesting BetterHelp business product demonstration, HR managers responsible for overseeing the company's active BetterHelp business account administrator, or conference attendees who attend a BetterHelp presentation or event, provide information and additional outreach from our representatives. Such data includes names, organization IDs, organizational email addresses, unique identifiers or IDs by organizations, organization names, organization size. With your consent, we may record and transcribe BetterHelp business product demonstrations. Pretty bog standard business shenanigans, it sounds like. Therapist engagement data. For therapists, we process such data as numbers of times therapists logged into the platform, the number of live sessions conducted by a therapist, the number of messages and words exchanged by a therapist, the number of worksheets shared by a therapist, and the number of journal entries shared with a therapist. Probably just make sure that they're like doing the work that they say they do. Makes some sense. Then we process clinical health record, which is a record of the minimum information your therapist would need to identify you and document services you received. This record includes your therapist's internal notes, the dates you received services, and the following specific subsets of onboarding, account, and therapy data. So onboarding questions, account name, phone number, email address, emergency contact details, date of the service, messages with the therapist. Does that... We're going to look in here really quick. That doesn't... Well, you know what? Actually, based off of the... where was it? I think it was the onboarding data. It was somewhere in one of these things. Was it that one? No. Personalized monitoring, communications, facilitating tools, connecting you? No. There we go. This is the one. If you identify as a member of the LGBTQ plus community, that technically is information that they track. So that would be considered sensitive info, since that would include racial, ethnic data, sexual orientation, pregnancy, childbirth, that kind of stuff. So religious preferences, philosophical beliefs, that qualifies. Right there. I knew it was there somewhere. I just forgot where it was. My bad. Okay. So, we are going to kind of blast past the therapist side, I think, if that's okay with everybody. There's just a lot that we still have to get to. Yeah. I also did see a quick question about using Chrome. I actually use Firefox. And then have I figured out a new ad blocker to use since they shut down the good ones? Again, I use Firefox, so I use a uBlock Origin. It is fantastic. Please switch to Firefox. Please use uBlock Origin. You can switch to a different web browser too if you prefer. Just stop using Chrome specifically. It's terrible. Yep, skip. Great. Cool. I'm glad everybody agrees. Sorry, it's just I have not personally used the removal tool. No. That I linked in my last video. That is a good question. The uBlock account has been going up this whole time. Wait, it is up to 292. Do you see how many just shenanigans they're blocking here for? Look at that. Isn't that nuts? Crazy stuff, I tell you what. Okay. Let's see. The profile boost is an optional feature which shares client-facing profiles. Oh, so this is to share like therapist information with like Google to like promote the platform, right? So that's therapist information. So we're gonna skip that. In addition to processing, we also share some data with service providers. Blah, blah. So this is all therapist stuff. It looks like. Actually, wait. Service. Oh boy, look at that stinky list right there. We define. Actually, we do need to know this because we haven't seen this defined yet. Honorable shout out to IELTS as well. I could never get mine to work because I am not good at computers, believe it or not. Okay. So we define a service provider as a person or company that we have the legal agreement to process data and collected by us or on our behalf. Data that is processed on our behalf is required to be done only at our discretion. No other person or company can authorize it. Our service providers are not permitted to disclose data that is individually identifiable to any other person or company other than to the service provider's own subcontractors, provided that they are bound to data processing terms that are no less restrictive than the service provider's terms. That's actually kind of part of what got them in trouble with the FTC thing, which is really interesting. Firefox changes to the privacy policy. I did post to Blue Sky about this. I think everybody blew it way out of proportion. I don't know if you tried to read the privacy policy of Firefox before they changed it, but it was a nightmare. It was in 5 different locations, like spread across different pages. It sucked to read before. So now they put it all in one location, and then they added additional clarity. You know how like I'm specifying that I love when they're giving us all of this level of clarity? That's what Firefox started to do. They could be way more clear about it, don't get me wrong, but it was a huge improvement in my eyes to the privacy policy. Additionally, it didn't like actually change. Everybody was freaking out over essentially nothing. I think it is super worth calling out that like there is plenty to be critical about Mozilla with. That was not one of them, and I think that people it's another one of those weird examples of like people getting spun up into a frenzy without actually validating the information. We keep seeing that a lot. I was actually going to bring this up a little bit later in the stream because I think it's really cool. But there's this really great video that I watched recently that I highly recommend that you watch. I will link it in the chat. Actually, can I do that? I will do it. I will figure it out. Please, if you have an opportunity, go watch Sage the Bad Naturalist's video on this kind of topic. It's essentially people. There was a whole series of articles saying like, "Oh, there's more people than there actually are," and then nobody like read the actual source, and that's the whole video essentially, right? I really, really, really encourage you to watch this video. It's fantastic. So obviously stay here and watch my stream. Just kidding. But yeah, Sage is fantastic. Please subscribe to her too. She's almost to 100K. I'll bet we could do it. Anyways, we could get her over. So I think that it is very easy for people to overblow the situation without actually validating any of the context that is actually being referenced. So that's what I think happened with Firefox. And with plenty of other things that we're actually going to get into when we get to the PayPal stuff. So yeah, there you go. So we got some Sage fans in the comments. Love it. Love to see it. Yeah. Opinions on Opera. I haven't used it. I'm going to be honest. I haven't looked into it either. There's a video that I do want to make eventually about browser. I mean, I promised that I would make a video about browser extensions. Opera is a part of that, so it is coming eventually. Just give me some time. Okay, so we defined what a service provider was. Super cool. Ooh, cool. When you opt into sharing, we create certain data with third parties. For more information, we'll see that in a minute. And then if you opt into advertising cookies and web beacons, previously, ooh, you got some code issues there. Again, check your CSS. BetterHelp. you spend a lot of money on advertising. You can spend a little bit more on copy editors. Okay, so if you opt into advertising cookies and web beacons, some visitor data, which they defined above, excluding activity when you... God, look at that. Look at that's supposed to be apostrophes. When you're logged into and have started therapy may be shared for advertising purposes. To learn more, see your section, are you using my data for advertising? Spoiler, the answer is no. Okay, do you process location data? This is really interesting. So we do process information, your IP address, to determine your rough location so we can personalize the platform for you. For example, we show you relevant information about our service that applies to visitors from your country. Makes some sense. We also utilize your rough location to improve the user experience when using our platform. For example, we auto-populate your state, and if applicable, see? Where's the counter for me saying applicable wrong? I want that counter going. If it's not already, I'm not paying attention to chat, I'm sorry. Okay, and country when you're completing our onboarding questionnaire. We do not request or process exact information such as information provided by your phone via GPS. So they don't collect precise location, they just collect kind of general, like course information, general information as to where you are located, roughly. So we process your address information when you provide it as a part of your emergency contact information when you start using your therapy platform. Your contact information is required to comply with therapy regulations and ethical code, right? So like, again, if you're in a position where the therapist is concerned that you are going to hurt yourself, they should know where you are. That seems fair. I think that's reasonable, right? It can be used, for example, in case your therapist believes you're in immediate danger. Hey, look at that. When you are filling out the field, we may also process your rough location to provide autocomplete suggestions for your convenience. Seems fine. This is something, oh my God, this is something that I want to dive more into. Rough location using your IP address is also processed by reCAPTCHA, security API tool that we use. reCAPTCHA is a service provider that we use to identify potential malicious actors trying to access your site. Here's the reCAPTCHA privacy policy in terms of service. I am glad that they link it. That's pretty cool. I'll admit that. reCAPTCHA is a fascinating topic, though. And we unfortunately do not have time for it right now. I also don't have enough insight yet. I have a lot of notes on things for a lot of topics right now. I'm in the midst of researching multiple things, so obviously. So yeah, to learn more about the purposes of which we process IP addresses, please see, and then they have other sections that are all within this privacy policy. So cool. All right, we're going to read through this last little bit, and then we're going to take a quick break. How do we use artificial intelligence? We may use artificial intelligence, AI, and natural language understanding, NLU, algorithms to support, let's see, I said that weird and it threw me off. They may use algorithms to support and develop features to provide you services to improve quality of the services. Our processing of data may include some automated and some human or manual methods of processing. The automated processing types include the features aimed at completing manual or repetitive tasks more efficiently. For example, we may use AI to detect security risks, synthesize information for customer service agents, and help therapists manage and document sessions more effectively. That last part I don't love, but I get it. We expect these improvements to ultimately improve our service and experience for members and therapists. To help ensure these tools remain fair and accurate, as well as protect the privacy of our members and therapists, we thoroughly review a model or build it internally, there we go. And unless you agree otherwise, do not use any therapy data, which we had defined above, such as session data, journal entries, messages, worksheets, or any other private communications you've had with your therapist to train AI or NLU model. So they do use AI. And see, that's where like this one's particularly interesting, that point that I didn't like. To help the therapist document more effectively, but then they don't use any data from your sessions. So I'm like, then what are they writing? It's interesting. I would love to read Adobe's privacy policy soon. Yeah. It's a really good one. Okay, we are going to take a real quick break. Just given how long this one's been, there was a lot of information up front that was kind of hidden, so it's a little misleading in that sense. So we will be right back. I'm gonna get some water. I'm gonna eat a little food. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. I have a button here that I can start playing ads for you, so you can be blessed by the terribleness of advertising while I'm gone. Okay. If you don't see ads, I hope that you're using an ad blocker. Please use an ad blocker. I feel more comfortable saying that on stream for some reason, even though it doesn't matter. Let's see here. Luge, you know exactly why I'm good at the evil laugh at the end. I'll get you this time, Spider-Man. Um, everybody, I have something terrible to admit. I had these really cool stream elements set up, so when somebody like sends a super chat or becomes a Patreon member, it's supposed to like pop up and like show their name and everything. But I broke it. I think I fixed it, but I don't know if I did. So we're gonna find out when somebody feels naturally ready to do that. Also, to everybody new, real quick, that might have joined late, I want to show you something kind of cool. Let me just get here under my desk, and voila! Look at that! I had 100,000 subscribers. So thank you, everybody, again. I can't thank you enough. This is such a cool achievement. I got to watch so many people like achieve this incredible award, and it just feels so cool to like be among them, among us. Sorry, couldn't help it. Hey, look at that! Oh, everything cuts off, so that's nice. Oh well, hey, it's part of the learning process. That's what dynamic sizing is for. I did just among you? There is a fungus among us. Well, great. So that's cool. So now I'll actually like get notified when someone sends a super chat. Thank you, Mark, by the way. Also, what? Why all the embrace convenience talk? You're a menace, Mark. See, Mark's up there with like Spider-Man, right? Like absolute menace. I also want to thank Yash for becoming a cool supporter, and the additional donations from Dapper Skull and Jassel Bros. Thank you. You guys are great. What's with the crabs? Are you guys... Wait. What happened while I was gone? You guys are crazy. Okay, I know that everything is crab, but let's like properly investigate this. It's a coup. It's a crab, Luch. I hate to say it. It's more than that. This is amazing. Wow. I want to join the crab party. How do I join? Hey, look at us. Have you all seen that video of Paul Rudd interviews Paul Rudd where he just says, "Look at us. Look at us." And he just says it over and over. I love that video. That's a great video. The convenient man has spoken. No, don't embrace convenience. Is that what the crab means? Mark, you menace. You absolute menace, Mark. I cannot believe you. You've tricked me. I'm gonna admit something that maybe I shouldn't. The Patreons a couple weeks ago tried to start a cult in the Patreon Discord. You know who you are, all of you who tried to do it. Tried to squash it, but I don't know if I did that well at doing so, because now I have a crab problem. That sounds weird. Thank you, everybody. I like the frog. Okay, you know what? Frog, good. Everybody embrace frog. Reject modernity. Embrace frog. We are now hoppy for frogs. Look at this. This is wonderful. Oh, you sent a super chat? I didn't hang on, I'm so sorry. There's a lot going on right now. They censored a Unity post regarding Dean, the creator of DayZ. I did not see that. I am admittedly completely out of the loop when it comes to gaming. I play Kerbal Space Program like twice a year, and I play Animal Crossing on the Switch because I am not a gamer. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Crab times frog, 100 crabs versus 100 frogs. Who would win? It depends on the frog, I think. Right? Wouldn't it? It's got to depend on the frog. Impeach him? Yeah, I'm not even claiming that I'm a real gamer. I've never said that I was a gamer. I'm not a fake gamer. I'm just not a gamer. Not a gamer. Why am I even here? I'm sorry. You just joined in on everybody talking about frogs and cults and crabs and one reject convenience versus 100 frogs. Again, it depends on the frog. If it is a poison dart frog that is in the wild, that's a problem. But if it's a poison dart frog that has been in isolation, then it's not a problem because I isolated. Did you know that poison dart frogs get their venomous, slimy shell from eating ants that live on the forest floor? It's not because they emit the poison. It's because when they eat the ants, they create this chemical in their body. So when poison dart frogs are not, I think it's so cool. I love frog fact. You know what, Joshua? That is a fantastic. I cannot think of a different frog, and I feel terrible because I know I've seen other frogs in my life. But the first frog that always comes to my brain is poison dart frog. That's really interesting. There's some interesting stuff behind there. Turtles, okay, redo. You nailed it. That turtles are legit. I love turtles. I love tortoises. I love snapping turtles. I think they're all very cool. Oh, yeah, not venomous. Venomous when something bites you. Poisonous when you bite something. Very good point. I will not eat. So what if you bite poison? Hey, Isaac, gotta leave soon, but thanks for the laugh with the Spider-Man thing before the break and the latest video. Yeah, I'm secretly a villain. I hate to tell everybody. I am, and I'm not just Dr. Octavius. Who knows what other villains I may become in the future. But it's good to have you. Thanks for swinging by. I appreciate it. Sorry that it's taking you a bajillion years to read these privacy policies. Desert frogs? No, I didn't know that was a thing. Is that a real thing? That's interesting. So all venoms are poisonous, but not all poisons are venomous. So it happened! So when somebody donates more than 50, it creates the Taco Bell sound. In Sweden, you often need the smartphone bank app to interact with the bus ticket vendors and healthcare. The app is used for identification. Thoughts? Oh, good, great. It's interesting because I know that there are several states in the United States that are trying to do the same thing, and it stresses me out so much. I think that, myself, for example, I don't have a smartphone. How am I supposed to interact with these systems for, again, if it was there, bus tickets or healthcare? That sucks. So I'm not a huge fan of that. There's a lot of possible issues that could be spawned from that. So I don't know. It's interesting. I can see the convenience factor to it for sure, but crabification, I like that. The notification is for 50 of whatever unit it is, not 50 of $1 necessarily, just for clarity. I just thought it was a really funny number to add it to. I was planning on hiding other things, but I couldn't figure it out before the stream started. I really wanted to do something where if somebody specifically typed out the word Weird Al, it would play the entirety of Pokemon by Weird Al, but couldn't get it figured out how to read the individual messages, so I didn't get that working, unfortunately. I thought it would have been really funny, though, to completely interrupt the stream to listen to all of Pokemon because somebody typed in Weird Al. It also would have ruined the stream. Yeah, see, you tried, but it didn't work because I didn't figure it out. Because, again, I'm not good with computers. I see you all trying to do this. I couldn't figure it out. No, it would have been a nightmare. It would have been the entirety of the song. I am planning to do this eventually, but it won't be what I just said it was, because then you know what it is. And I don't want you to know what it is. Mark, what do you... You too can embrace convenience, no action required. Convenient Crab, become a channel member, or Patreon for ultimate convenient irony. Mark, thanks for helping me advertise, and also spending money on me to do so. Yeah, if you want your name in the list that's scrolling in the background right now, you can sign up for the Patreon at patreon.com/ridiconvenience or become a YouTube member. If somebody just spammed Weird Al, I think it would have overlapped. It would have been so much funnier if it just started over, though. Because then it would have just kept going. Like, you know the song Albuquerque that he does? Where, like, it's this really long song. Apparently when he performs it live sometimes, he will, he'll get to the part where he's like, anyways, and, like, he kind of, like, pauses. And at that point, he's like, I don't remember where I was. And he'll start the song totally over again live in concert, even though the song was almost over. It is hysterical. I love it. Also, yeah, if it does start reading every leaf, that's true. Yeah, I love the song Albuquerque too. It is a hoot and a half. I'm a madman. What can I say? Trap to the Drive-Thru is also great. Everybody in the chat, can we get some love for Weird Al? We need some. Also, sorry to anybody just joining. I'm so sorry. You have to accept it. Like, there will be chaos in these streams. Like, I try to make it as convenient as, or not convenient. I saw Mark saying convenient Al. I want them to be as entertaining as I possibly can, because let's be honest, privacy policies are not that entertaining. Oh yeah, Convenient Paradise. Yeah, I love the accordion. Actually, okay, here's a fun fact for everybody. I play the accordion poorly. So, chaos is convenient if you think about it. Is it? Please explain why chaos is convenient. Albuquerque. I saw a great video recently of somebody doing a cover of that with the, like, that funky little musical instrument honky thingy. I don't know what it's called. Automaton? I don't know. He did the entire song with that, and it is so funny. How hard is it to learn the accordion? Okay, so weird little fun fact for you. I learned piano when I was a kid, and in high school I tried to learn cello. I wasn't very good at it. And so when I picked up the accordion, because I thought it would be really funny, the piano side was really easy to figure out, because duh. But the buttons were, like, really weird to figure out, because they're all fifths, like, linearly apart from each other. And then, like, the notes below that are, like, chords and stuff. I won't get into too much detail, but I did eventually kind of figure it out, and it's really fun. And then I wanted to, like, try to learn guitar. And so when I picked it up, I realized, oh, wait, these are all, like, the strings are, like, relatively, don't at me, major fourths apart. And so it actually going from piano to guitar is pretty difficult. But because I put the accordion in between it, it was actually a little bit easier, because I was already used to doing this, like, translation that I wasn't necessarily familiar with. Because, like, you can play the same notes technically on multiple buttons with the accordion. Anyways. Those are some of my initial thoughts on that. Mom, come pick me up. The circle of fate scares me. Great comment. That might be comment of the year. Hang on. Somebody screenshot that. gonna ask my mods to screenshot that one for me, because I actually do like that one. That is going in the contender pool. I really like that one. Also, for those unaware, if you're new here, there's a video that happens at the end of the year, where I will kind of be going over some of the history of what happened throughout the year on the channel. This year I'm going to be including some important corrections that I think are worth calling out. So, it's important to stay informed. I add those corrections to the pinned comment of those videos, but still. And then I also do a comment of the year award, and the person that won it last year commented on a video that was 12 years old. It was the first comment on it, and it just said first, and I thought it was so funny because it took 12 years to get the first comment. I just thought it was hysterical. I will the Great Crab Insurrection. I think we should call it something else. Oh, this is a hoot and a half. You guys are hilarious. Okay, I'm gonna get a little more tea in me, and then if it's okay with you, crab infestation is better, I think, because it implies this sort of May 31st will go down in history. Which, do not give them ideas. You absolute menace. The Great Crab Infestation. Wow. Wow. Hoot and a half, you bunch. But we, alas, must be getting back to it. To reading BetterHelp's privacy policy, and hopefully finishing it in this next chunk. Let's see. How long did it take you to get used to pressing emote buttons to match your emotions? It's still incredibly unintuitive. This is only the third stream that I've done, and the last stream was in February. So it's like there's been some time between this stream and the previous stream. Oh my god, Mark, you're a menace. I love it. Don't get me wrong. We heart Craig Crab. Is that the Craig the Crab? Oh, new dumb phone video anytime soon? Probably not. I'm gonna be honest. The reason being is I've kind of said everything that I want to say about it. Something that I want to avoid on this channel is kind of getting trapped in a particular specific topic. I think that I haven't experienced anything necessarily differently from the previous video. I still have it. I still like it. I will continue to still use it. But yeah, I don't know. There's not much else for me to say about it at this point. I think it's important to stay curious and learn about different things, right? Something that, like with this data broker video blowing up, is like I don't want to be trapped into data broker conversations. I've had multiple people email me about this, and it's like, nope, we're moving on to other topics. There are lots of other privacy related things and that we can talk about. So yeah, Ryan, Reject Convenience low-key sounds like the name of a movement. I love that dude so much. I was surprised it was available. What are your opinions on AI garbage? You nailed it. No, I'm not personally a fan of AI. I think that it essentially robs skills from people. I think that if you are a skilled individual, it can be beneficial. Like if a skilled programmer is using it to debug, I don't care, right? That's fine. But there is an enormous amount of nonsense related to AI, and it sucks so much. So I don't like it. I am working on a video about it. I don't know when that's coming out though. It's definitely not the highest on my priority list. Breathing is awfully convenient. Is it? It just kind of happens. Like, I don't think about breathing. Do you? Wait, I am now. Okay. I breathe manually. What do crabs do? Do crabs have lungs? That's why it's convenient. You don't have to think about it. Ooh, good point. You know what? Fair game. Not gonna argue that one. Yeah, do crabs breathe? I don't know. Crab privacy policy. No, okay, so Kira brought up a great point. That's actually funny that you say that. My husband's a programmer, and he used AI briefly to help him debug, and it felt like he was losing the skill the more he used it. That is exactly my thing, right? I feel for these kids right now that are like getting inundated with this technology. I feel for them. I will be sharing some personal experiences in the AI video when I do eventually make it. But yeah, they're in for a journey for sure. And that's another great point. Centralized technology can be used a lot for manipulation, which is really interesting conversation as well. But then there's also this weird risk associated with like open source stuff, because I mean, the accessibility of this particular tool is kind of the problem in a way. Like because it's so accessible, it's so easy to have it rob your skills, right? So even if it wasn't centralized, it still would be a problem, you know? I also just cannot stand this corporate push. It makes me, say it everybody, angry. I have not seen that documentary. I will check it out though. Mods, please copy that so I can look into it later. Yeah, like, so like all of this Blender nonsense, right? Like all of these like things that I'm showing you here, right? I learned all of these like by hand, you know, like it wasn't, I don't know. I'm a big fan of like skills and stuff. Anyways, yes, we are gonna get back to the privacy policy. Tinder privacy policy is a future topic, don't you worry. There's a lot of interesting stuff related to that company. Alrighty, here we go. Back to where we left off. I'm going back to hiding for a little bit, at least from the chat. So if you super chat, oh, there we go. Hey, look at that. Oh boy, let's see here. So thank you, Super Saiyan Ginger. Given your choice to reject tech convenience, what other forms of convenience have you considered rejecting? Actually, that's a really great point. I do not own a car at all. I use public transit solely. If public transit was more prevalent in the US, would you want to reject car convenience? I am fortunate to live in a city that does actually have reasonable, like compared to a lot of the country, it has reasonable public transit, and I am a huge advocate. So yeah, no, I don't own a car. You require an update on the Mini. I sold the Mini Cooper like, I don't know, it was like 2 or 3 years ago at this point. Like I haven't had that thing in a long time. I have not had it for almost as long as I've been using a dumb phone. Like it's been a while. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of stuff that I reject convenience of, but like to be totally transparent, there's tons of stuff that I do like, you know, like I eat out maybe a little too often. I'm gonna be honest. I tend to skip the grocery more than I'd like to admit because I don't love the process of cooking, which sucks because I want to. Like I really want to like it. It's just, I don't know. It's not clicking. So like, there's definitely some things that like I am not as good at. I don't know. There's probably other things. I mean, here's a really specific example of rejecting some conveniences. I don't buy plants from the store anymore. Having ingredients, recipes, interesting recipes is helpful. That could be interesting. No, but like I don't buy plants from stores generally. I buy the seeds and grow them myself because I think it's more fun. It takes way longer, but I think it's neat. So yeah, anyways, we're going to get back to the privacy policy. I'm sorry, I got distracted. I'm really good at that, as you all are fully aware. Okay. Whoa, hold on. There's this bird that's been picking on us at the window. She doesn't like it, and it returns to annoy her. So, my bad. Yeah. So yeah, my bad for the interruption. Cool. Have you tried talking to the bird? I've considered it, but I'm not. My bird accent's not super great. Chirp chirp and all that. Yeah, that's not good. Okay. Sorry. Now we're getting back to the privacy policy. My bad. Okay. Data sharing. Ooh, now we get to change colors. So we can see here that they have selected almost every icon. The only one that they didn't do was search, because there wasn't really anything related. Like, they don't... It's nothing to track in that regard. I can hear... Hang on. I will... I'll be right back. Oh man, it turned into crabs again. I gave her a little toy, so she's distracted now. And I closed the blinds. Alrighty. So, we're getting into data sharing. So here's, we're going to add some colors, some orange to this, because they do share some of your data, right? So, here's some of the information about the purposes for which we share your data. Your data may be shared to comply with applicable laws. For example, a court might subpoena... Actually, it's funny, we feel like we just read this. For example, a court might subpoena information from us where we could be required to share certain information requested from the subpoena. Isn't that unique to BetterHelp? That's absolutely true. And is applicable to in-person therapy as well. It's true. Keep in mind that as a general rule. Yeah, so again, we definitely did read this. That's kind of interesting that they're reusing notes. But as a general rule, we defer to the chosen therapist to decide to process or not to produce or not produce any psychotherapy notes or message you have had with them. Many jurisdictions have strict rules governing therapist-client relationships and the confidentiality requirements associated with them. We encourage you to discuss with your therapist early on if you have concerns about their disclosure obligations. True. Getting a little more tea Okay. Occasionally, your data may be handled by a select number of employees who are part of our parent company for support services. These employees are under strict duties of confidentiality. For example, a paralegal at our parent company may receive subpoenas or legal correspondence on behalf of our members or former members to make sure they are provided to BetterHelp's legal team to address. We may share certain data with service providers. We already read that one, so that's nice. That provide limited services that help us operate the platform. Examples include data hosting and storage providers, such, for example, cloud hosting providers such as Amazon Web Services. So again, they're actually getting into like specifics here, which I love to see it, despite the fact that they're like sharing information. So let's see here. Technology service providers, for example, sometimes we integrate tools into our platform which give our platform more functionality, like technology that helps us improve live audio, video, and group meetings. Customer service providers, for example, we use a tool that helps keep track of requests and questions from our members, visitors, and therapists in a secure way. Email management and communication service providers. Email management and communication service providers. For example, we may use a tool that makes reaching out to you easier and more convenient for you. It's interesting. I feel like on your end, it's just an email that you get. How's that more convenient? Anyways, marketing and advertising service providers. For example, we may partner with an agency to run a marketing campaign or just help us better understand how to run our campaign to reach more people who are maybe interested in starting therapy. So if you recall from the FTC complaint, that's kind of what the whole thing was, right? But also a company does need to like advertise, I guess. Like I get it, right? And at least here they're saying it. So that's an improvement. They're saying that they do this now. So I'll take it. Remember that service providers can only legally use data at our discretion. No other person or company can authorize how they use it, and they cannot disclose data that is individually identifiable to any other person or company, to any other than us, to the service provider's own. Oh, wait, did I skip? No other person can authorize how they disclose. Yeah, okay. Oh, I did skip a line. No other person or company can authorize how they use it, and they cannot disclose data that is individually identifiable to any other person or company other than us or the service provider's own subcontractors, provided that they are bound to data processing terms that are no less restrictive than the service provider's terms. Neat. Billing and payment processing services, for example, we use Stripe, classic, to help process payments in a secure way. Stripe is also assisting us in paying therapists and issuing tax documents to them. For this purpose, we may share email addresses of therapists with Stripe and other data that is needed to pay a therapist, such as the therapist's name and tax ID. Reporting and analytic service providers. For example, we may use a service to help keep track of which pages and which features are most used at our sites. Interesting. Advisors and lawyers to assist with business matters. Yeah, lawyers are cool for doing that. And then we may share some of your data with service providers to ensure the safety and security of the platform and that of our users. And then we're going to skip the therapist stuff because we're not a therapist, which we all agreed upon earlier. And for members who receive services in connection with an employer, organization, or other business partner, we may share group-level usage data, which cannot be directly connected to you with your organization. In the instance of members who receive services through an employee assistance program, your EAP will provide notice of any individual level data which is shared with the EAP, if you are utilizing one and have provided them with consent for us to do so. If you have any questions on how your data will be used or shared with your EAP, please reach out to your EAP directly. So again, if BetterHelp is provided by your job as a benefit, they can manage some of the data in a way, like associated with them, which I guess makes some sense, right? And then we may share some of your data in connection with the asset of sale, merger, or bankruptcy. That's always a fun one that people always freak out about, because there's a lot of unknowns related to it. Discord is currently going through one of those that everybody's all concerned about. Well, I don't think that's necessarily what's going on with Discord, but the people are freaking out regardless about it. Okay. Oh, I forgot to move my notes over. Okay. Note that any information publicly available on the platform, such as with a public post, anyone can see and use such information, right? So if you post to Facebook about BetterHelp, I mean, that makes sense. Although that's not necessarily what this is specifically saying, but if you opt into analytics, previously performance cookies, we may use analytics cookies and other tracking technologies to share your data with trusted service providers that assist us to process data for activities including but not limited to analyzing traffic sources, visits, sites, and interactions. So that is usage data that they share, right? And actually, in regards to some of the stuff that we were just reading above, that's the purposes of sharing data. So we're going to get more into like what specifically they share. Yeah, I think Discord is trying to go public. I don't know necessarily what that means from the privacy perspective. We will dive into that a little later, not during this stream by any means, but I will be looking into that. If you opt into advertising information regarding your activity on websites, excluding activity when you're logged in and have started therapy, may be shared for advertising purposes. So again, they say it now. That's cool. For information, I don't know that I agree that it's like a cool practice, but they say that they do it now. So that's an improvement. For more information about your specific settings, see here. And then that links you to something. I don't know what that goes to. Oh, sharing settings. Hey, look at that. Cookie stuff. I turned all of those off. So classic cookie sharing stuff. And then what are you using? Are you using my data for advertising? Okay. That did seem to kind of include the example. So we're going to go through this again really quick just to fill out some of the data here. So let's see here. Share certain information with the subpoena. It doesn't really specify what. There is a whole ruckus going on out there. I tell you what, everybody. I couldn't tell you what it is. Poor little lady. I am going to check up on her, everybody. I will be right back. I put on. Good Lord, look at the crap. What did you guys do? Man. I put on an episode of Mythbusters for her so she wouldn't hear all the ruckus going on outside. So she's cozy. She's laying in bed watching Mythbusters. It's one of her favorite shows. So she should be okay. Yeah, hide the crap. Dude, you better. Scram, see? Yeah. We gotta get these crabs out of here. We don't get caught by the boss, see? Yeah. I see you, Trash Dan, trying to bring up public transit like you'll get me all excited about something. I saw the crabs. I know what you guys did. You guys are in mighty trouble. Mighty trouble. I seen what you did. I'm looking at it. Look at all those crabs. They're still on the screen, in fact. Yeah, alright. You're right. I wear glasses. You're right. My vision ain't so good. Okay, I am sorry. Oh, I just drank a little more water, I think. What am I gonna do with you? What am I gonna do with all of you? Like, the wholesome sun bro just nailed it. The complete derailment during every break. Amazing is a word for it, I suppose. You need to add an emote where you break your desk. I like that idea. Yes, Katie. You were right on the money. Policy time. Whew, man. That took me out of the zone for a minute. I'm sorry there. Okay. Where were we? Occasionally your data maybe... Yeah, we saw that. Okay, so... We saw the service providers thing. That's great. We skipped that because it's not important. How do they comply with the law? Okay, here we go. Here we go. You all ready? How to use my data to comply with the law. When required by the law, we cooperate. Oh, we already read this too, right? See, I feel like I'm reading the same thing over and over again in this particular one. Yeah, they were able to disclose information to meet professional legal responsibilities. Specifically, some laws require mental health professionals to disclose information and or take action for a reported or suspected abuse, serious suicidal potential, threatened harm. Please don't demonetize me, YouTube, by the way. I'm literally reading a privacy policy. That seems fair. Threatened harm and court-ordered treatment. You should speak with your therapist if you have concerns about this. Do you sell my data? No, we aren't paid by anyone for any data. However, California defines sale broadly. Okay, that feels like an opinion. In California, the law defines sale broadly to include the sharing of personal information in exchange for anything of value. If you opt into our use of advertising cookies and web beacons, this can be considered a sale of personal information under that specific California law. Now, for clarity, everybody, we love the CCPA around here. It could be better, but it's good. It's real good. It's a good start. It's a heck of a start, and I wish it was everywhere else. God, I'm jealous of you California folks. So when companies are like, oh, well, in California, technically, it's like, no, we should be listening to that, right? That's good. Yes, so they do sell the data, but corporate answer. Exactly. You nailed it. So for specific information on your rights as a resident of California, see that section. We will be reading that one because it's great. Are using my data for advertising. Now you can guess why this section is here because of that old pesky FTC complaint. Ooh, they really came in. Ooh, angry. Okay. In order to reach people who may be looking for mental health support, we advertise on some third-party website properties such as third-party websites and apps. In order to minimize advertising costs. Okay. What? Okay, hang on, I'm sorry. In order to minimize advertising costs related to this process and downstream costs to you, we strive to deliver ads that are relevant, interesting, and personal. How does that work with like sponsor? Like, I am actually like genuinely curious, like for a sponsored spot, like there's obviously some indication that like I can't imagine that they would be advertising on channels that weren't like semi-related to mental health. I don't know though. Like, that's really. I'd love to think about that more because again, we know they invest an enormous amount of money into advertising on YouTube and sponsorships. So it's interesting that they specify minimizing advertising costs there. I just think it's interesting. Therefore, if you opt into advertising cookies and web beacons, some visitor data and excluding activity when you're logged in. So again, once you're logged into the service, it's not shared. Like, I think that's really worth noting, right? So like me reading this privacy policy counts towards data that they would track for this, right? You see that stupid number that keeps going up in the corner? That's stuff that they're trying to track, right? This is uBlock Origin, by the way. Fantastic. Please use an ad blocker. But yeah, anyways, so like the stuff that I'm viewing right now as a person not signed into it, they are technically using this data for potential advertising purposes. If I just went around and browsing the internet, it would be really likely that I would see an actual ad if I didn't have an ad blocker for BetterHelp. So yeah, right. So as a result, you may see ads for a service on some third-party websites. Right, exactly. If you use the app and have allowed app to track using iOS and have opted into advertising cookies on Android, some data such as your mobile device identifier, such as IDFA or IDV. What are these? I've never seen these acronyms before. I work a lot with like iOS stuff. I have never seen that before. Anyways, and Android advertising ID for Android. See, that seems pretty straightforward. Classic Apple. And data about how you use the app, which is collected by our service providers, Google, specifically GA4, will be used to make our Google advertising more effective. Okay, so if I'm looking at this from the privacy visualizer perspective, they share the cookies, right? And that would consider to be the sale, right? Is the cookies, right? But here we're kind of looking at like usage data. So it doesn't say necessarily that there's. Wait, let's keep reading. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's see here. So to make Google advertising more effective. Oh, so it is specifically for Google like advertising. So yeah, we're going to count usage data then. This happens through integration which we have enabled between GA4 and Google Ads. If you do not want to enable this, Android users, you can navigate to sharing settings of the app and opt out of advertising. For iOS users, you can ask app not to track when you download the app, or at a later time go to your device privacy settings and see a list of apps that are requested to track activity. So the way that we handle the privacy visualizer is that if it is possible to be tracked with it, we do track it. We put it on this list, right? Oh, a great question. Just a quick reminder for everybody. Blue represents the things that they collect, which we read previously in the privacy policy, and we are currently looking at what they sell, right, and share. So orange represents what that they share information, and red represents that they sell that information, or according to the CCPA, which we kind of mentioned above here, considered a sale. So like using the information in exchange for advertising purposes, right? So that's what the colors represent. And again, we always assume from the user's perspective that it is enabled. Like I'm assuming like somebody like my mom who doesn't change settings and just clicks yes to everything. That's what we're talking about here. Okay, so go to your device's privacy settings. Yeah, and they show you how to do that, which honestly, kind of cool. I like that they are actually showing you in this how you can turn it off. That is honestly kind of nice. I do respect that, right? From there you can tap on the permissions, right? So even if you do opt in, we do not engage in retargeting advertising. Retargeting advertising is a type of advertising whereby advertisers leverage the fact that you viewed a page or took action on their site to advertise to you again on a third-party property in the hopes that you will see the ad and return to their site. So that's what... Isn't that what they got in trouble for? That's sort of what they got in trouble for. Not really. Interesting. Difference between shared data and sold data is a great question. So, for example, they actually did mention this. We probably should note it. If they use a third-party service for handling customer service complaints, that would count as shared data because they're sharing information about your profile or whatever to that third-party platform. But that wouldn't be considered selling because they're not financially benefiting from it, right? We're sharing it for the purposes of advertising, financially incentivizes and benefits the company. So that's kind of the difference between shared and sold. Okay, and then they go into more detail, which is great. To be clear, we don't share any data or information you share with your therapist or with any third-party advertising. So again, that is true. Based on everything that we've read, a lot of the information that is sold is based off of stuff outside of you being logged into your account, right? So again, me looking at this website right now is sellable data, which it's incredibly limited, honestly. It's actually kind of nice. Even if you opt into advertising cookies and web beacons, we still don't share information with third-party advertisers like member names, phone numbers, clinician diagnosis, questionnaire answers, like basically everything that we see here, right? Like that's nice. Journal entries, messages, worksheets, and any other types of private communications we have with your therapist on the platform. As described further above in Section 2 of data sharing, we may also partner with some service providers to assist marketing campaigns. Remember that in addition to needing a series of rigorous security standards, as further detailed here, which is in that service provider thing that we read, great, love it. Service providers can only legally use data at our discretion. Again, we've read this 1,000 times already. No other person or company can authorize how they use it, and they cannot disclose that information that is individually identifiable to any person or company other than to us at the service provider's own or the service provider's own subcontractors, provided that they are bound to data processing terms that are no less restrictive, than the service provider's terms. Okay. For additional information regarding the third parties that we may share data with, please reference our third-party partners disclosure list. And then, again, we have it here, and that's pretty cool. So we actually have all the third-party advertisers that they work with, which is, again, like, I love it. I love giving a company a win when we can. Like, obviously, they collect a lot of data, but, like, we can see specifically what companies are receiving what data. That's fantastic, right? So Meta, obviously, for Facebook and Instagram. TikTok, duh. Super huge platform. Snap. I think that's Snapchat. I don't know if that's actually completely true. Reddit makes sense. Fascinatingly, not YouTube or Google. Really interesting. So since you get money through advertisements through Google, are you sharing or selling this live stream right now? So like I technically have monetization enabled on the live stream. So there's a potential that when you join the stream, you will get an ad and then I would receive money from that. And then from people that are donating through super chats, some of it does go to, I think it's like 30% goes to Google in those cases. Patreon is a little bit less. I think they're at like 7%, something like that. I don't actually remember. But yeah, technically, if you are like watching the stream and you saw an ad, some of that is going to Google. And if you're watching the stream and you became a channel member or you donated, 30% of whatever you donated is also going to Google as well. So full transparency there. And again, if you become a Patreon, like 7 or something percent goes to Patreon. I don't remember what the exact number is. But yeah. Okay, here's a fun part. Here's a good one. I like me a good one. Data retention, erasure, and exporting. How long do you retain my data for, and how do I request data erasure? BetterHelp is committed to ensuring that all applicable member data is retained for only an amount that is required to be provide relevant products and services in accordance with relevant legal requirements. Certain categories of data are retained for a period of time after you cancel your membership or your membership becomes inactive. These categories of data are retained to allow seamless reactivation in the event that you begin using our services again, to allow therapists to reference historical information. Retaining this data is also needed to ensure our products and services function. In addition to data retention scheduled, the data retention schedule outlined below, which we're gonna give BetterHelp another win here. Schedule, big fan. Love me a table. I love that it actually has specific numbers, right? So many companies just say, yeah, we keep it for as long as we need it. It's like, no, that sucks. What? So this is good so far. We're on the right track. This is good. BetterHelp maintains a process for all members, regardless of where they live, to receive and process without undue delay requests or undue delay. God, that's a funny way to say that. Requests to erase or access their data. The following sections describe both how long a member can expect their data to be retained with respect to specific account information, as well as how to request data erasures and access. This policy, data erasures, defined as the permanent removal or obfuscation of identifiable data. See what is in privacy policies. So that it is no longer accessible by anyone. So that's cool. Okay. They get into specifics. I actually really like that. Retention policy. BetterHelp's data retention policies are based upon what is being processed. We read that earlier. Again, love those little pop-ups. That's so cool. Whether or not the member has participated in therapy, and if the member proactively requested data erasure, or if the erasure is triggered due to platform inactivity. Cool. So this is our little table here. So in the first category, it's did not start therapy and did not request a data erasure. Your data is retained for 3 years after your last login date and is then erased. So if you basically visit the website, create an account, but don't do anything with therapy and you don't request your data is erased, they retain that information for 3 years and then it is deleted. And that would usually just be linked to identifiers and usage data, really. Did start therapy and did not request data erasure, your data is retained for 10 years after your last login date is then erased. So if you did use therapy services, your data will be retained for 10 years. That's a lot of time. I'm going to be honest. That's a cartoonish amount of time. Now, somebody did point out earlier in the stream, there is a standard for therapy specifically for that data to be retained for a minimum of 7 years, I believe it was. I'll double check that. But 10 years is crazy. And that means that if 9 years ago you had one therapy session and didn't enjoy it, they still have your data. That's a lot. Right, 10 years is the lifetime of this company. Exactly. That is, there are barely people that are now getting away from that if they only used it once that long ago, right? Yeah, legal standard is 7 years. Cool. So yeah, 10 years though. So they give you an extra 3 on top of that. Fun. And then if you did not start therapy and you request your information to be deleted, they will delete it within 24 hours of the request to erase that data. So yeah, wait, if I have a therapy session here on the app, they will keep my data for 10 years. Yes. That's as I understand it here. Basically everything that you see on the privacy visualizer. If you start therapy, yeah. Kind of neat. And again, so if you did start therapy and you do request your information to be deleted, your information, which is classified as clinical health records, communications, so like an example would be a record of member complaints or deletion requests, or disclosure of personal information to third party, is done after 10 years. But if you request it, all other personally identifiable, all clinical health records, communications, or disclosures of personal identifiable information to third parties is erased after 10 years. All other personally identifiable information for the following categories is erased within 24 hours of the request. Wow, so they retain a lot of data no matter what. I did not realize that. So visitor data, onboarding data, account data, user ID, transaction data, member engagement data, therapy data, and customer service and communications data. Wow, that is a lot of data that they actually keep. I am really surprised by that. That's like the bulk of what I would be concerned about. Yeah, exactly. Mark with it. There is a legal precedent for them to do that. But I can't help but question what if they have a data breach, right? Like something among tech spheres is it's never a question of if, but when, right? This is a lot of data, potentially. So, I don't know. That's just interesting. But like to the point of other people, this would be true with any therapist, really. I am curious why it is required for them to retain it for 7 years as well. I would assume it's related to like HIPAA stuff. I don't know. But yeah, exactly. If, but when, exactly. So exercising your data protection rights, as stated, you have certain rights under certain data protection laws, including the right to request that we erase personal data we hold about you, and the request to request a copy of it, which if you've ever used BetterHelp, I actually encourage that you request a copy of your data so you can kind of see what information would be at risk, right? That's what's really cool. I really can't emphasize enough how useful requesting your data is from these companies. It really gives you a lot of insight as to what they actually have on you, which is kind of cool. Cool is not the, you know what I mean. The following sections describe how you can exercise those rights. So they actually give, again, specific details. To request data erasure, log into your account, go to this location where you will see a link to request a complete erasure of your account. Click that and follow the instructions to begin the erasure process. You will receive a confirmation email within 24 hours of your request. Neat. I think that it's really useful to request your data, personally. I have learned a lot about what, like Discord is one that I'm going to continue to bring up because I was truly blown away by like the privacy policy gave us a decent idea that they collect a lot of information, but like seeing my actual data associated with it was crazy. It was really interesting. Hey, thank you, Quantum Infinity. Good morning / afternoon. I'll give that a try. Yeah, I do encourage it. I think it's great. It's a really great way to get insight as to like let me say this another way. It's a great way to tangibly understand what the privacy policy is actually saying. You know? Exactly. I'd say it would teach you to be more cautious when entering information like this. Exactly. Right? It makes you significantly more aware of like, oh, wait, what? This is like way more data than I expected. Snapchat's actually another really great example, where it's like you can see like a lot of data if you request your data through Snapchat. And honestly, most companies, really. I think the only one I was like actually surprised by was Apple, where they actually like did obscure information. I thought that was actually kind of cool. Like you could actually see that they obscured that information. That was really cool. It's a really great way to get insight Yeah. Okay. If you do, and then this is another great point. If you don't have access to your account or having trouble with this method, you can directly contact us. So I love that they give you options, right? There's not one specific way to request your data or to delete it, right? Like, that's so good. Like, again, I think there's plenty to be critical about this company, but as far as like a privacy perspective for like requesting your data to be deleted, that's nice. That's nice that they give you choices, right? And yeah, Mark, thank you for really chiming in here with the insights on like business sides of this. It's very good. Thank you. Let's see here. If you do not have an account, you can email this link and they will assist you with the process. Additionally, if under applicable data protection laws and you have a right to request the data that we hold about you to be edited or rectified, you may make the request by contacting Members Success. You can expect to receive an email confirming receipt of your request within 24 hours. Additionally, you can opt out of our instructions page to request erasure or to opt out of previous settings you've opted into. Neat. You can reach out to us at dpo@betterhelp.com if you need additional help. We will only comply with a request for erasure of your data if we can verify your identity. Again, this does make sense. Like, I know that like there was a lot of discussion about this in the last video, like in the comments that I saw. Like, how, like, you can't expect a data broker to delete your information if they can't validate that it's you requesting it, right? Like, I do get it. I think that there's a lot of arguments, I'm gonna say, for potential abuse if they just let any request go through. And in a case like this, like somebody calling, like, I mean, let's think about like the concept of what this app is, right? It's for therapy services, right? It would be incredibly problematic for, let's say, somebody that is in a domestic abuse situation that is going to therapy, for the abuser to then delete their account without any resistance, right? Like, having that identifiable barrier does help. So like, I get it. And I think that it's really hard to like explain, like, sometimes data collection is okay. Like, I you know what I mean? Like, if you're specifically signing up for a service or you're requesting certain data to be deleted, you have to give that information to them, because how else do they know it's you, right? How else do they know what to delete? There's not really another way around it. I think mitigating the potential risk associated with what companies have your data is maybe the argument that could be made when it comes to like incognito or delete me, right? Like, yes, you're now giving your information to an additional company to delete your information, whereas you can reach out to these data brokers directly who already have your information, right? You're reducing the amount of potential failure points for a data breach by doing it directly, right? Okay, so requirements: only your or your authorized representative may request on your behalf. You may also make a request on your behalf of your minor child, depending on the applicable laws. You must provide sufficient information that allows us to reasonably verify your identity or status as an authorized representative. A fun example recently: somebody re-uploaded my entire data broker video to Facebook. And when I went to give it a copyright claim, because, you know, I made it, they were like, we need information about you. And I was like, I just sent a screenshot of like the YouTube like analytics page. And I was like, I own this channel, please delete this. And they were like, okay. So that was sufficient for them, which is cool. And then you must provide details that allow us to understand, evaluate, and respond to your request. In some circumstances, legal or regulatory requirements limit our ability to honor erasure requests. Right. So this is sort of what Mark was talking about in the chat. As such, we may decline requests if the information is subject to litigation or hold for legal request to preserve it, or necessary to comply with laws and regulation to maintain business integrity, such as the clinical health record falls under this exemption. So it's good to know. And then additionally, compliance obligations require us to retain records documenting certain interactions you have with us related to your membership. As such, we cannot honor erasure requests for information contained in the records of communications about the complaints and erasure of access requests. That sort of makes sense, right? Does it make sense? That's interesting. Or disclosures about... communications about complaints or erasure requests and disclosure of personal data to third parties. If we don't intend to comply with a request, we will tell you why it's the case and outline how we weighed your rights and freedoms against our legal obligations. In such instances, any information will be retained only to be used in the purposes of completing any under legally recognized exemption. Okay, so that's why it makes sense. And then requesting a copy of my data. To receive a summary copy of your data, please log into your account and go to menu, my account, blah, 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 where you will see an option to request a copy of your data. The data you will receive as a part of this request includes the contact information that you provide on the site, questionnaire answers, worksheet entries, emergency contact information, messages you sent to your therapist. So like, this is an interesting example of like, this has all the data, right? This would actually be a really reasonable representation of what data could be breached in a data breach, right? That's why I really encourage people to request their data, right? It gives you insight as to what could be stolen if the company experiences a data breach. Because again, it's never a question of if, but when. So that's cool that they actually specify which specific pieces of data that you'll receive. I like that. That's not a lot of guessing here. That's cool. Additional data which we maintain includes email interactions with our help desk, which is stored in on your email system. You may also request this information by writing to there. As with data erasures, we are not always able to respect your request for data access. For information on why this may be and the situation will be handled, please reference the section below. And then business accounts. So we automatically delete business data about an individual 3 years after either the end of the organization's relationship with the BetterHelp or the initial collection if no relationship existed. So like if they did a demo but then they never purchased it. And then BetterHelp Business requesting data erasure to manually request the deletion of your BetterHelp's business data before the time frame described above. Please use the update email preferences link in the footer of the business webpage, as well as the banner at the top of any business on our email we send. Linked on that linked webpage, please check the box next to delete my data. Interesting. Note: BetterHelp Business is not associated with BetterHelp member data. As such, if we hold both member data and business data about you, then the retention schedules and processes outlined above only apply to the information we hold about you within those respective categories of data. That definitely makes a lot of sense. And yeah, this is just an example. For example, an account administrator who also uses BetterHelp as a member they would basically need to request their data from both sides, which is kind of interesting. Neat. Security and anonymity. We're close, I promise everybody. This has been a long one. I'm so glad that I picked the 2 longest privacy policies I could think of for the stream. How do I keep my data secure? How do you keep my data secure? Sorry, I should say it correctly. We apply industry standards and strive to apply the best practices to prevent any unauthorized access and disclosure. Internet-based activities carry inherent security risks. Yeah, that's what we've been talking about. But our security infrastructure and encryption technology and operation processes are all designed, built, and maintained with your security and privacy in mind. Our platform is certified by High Trust. See, I am mighty curious what this is. It looks like some nerd stuff. Organization is immune to the risks of data breaches, cyber attacks, ransomware. Interesting. I'm going to do more research on this website for the future. I think that's interesting. Yeah, thanks, Mark. I would actually appreciate that, because I know that you actually interact with a lot of that data. Yeah, exactly. Well written, but they do collect a decent amount of data. And honestly, as far as like the bad policy stuff goes, they don't share that much data, honestly. Like they, at least through what we've read on this policy, like they collect a lot, but they don't release a lot, which is, you know what, kind of nice. I think this could, let's all be honest, this could be substantially worse, right? Like, let's be totally honest, right? But again, there are definitely inherent risks to having all of this data stored. And again, as we discussed with like data breaches and stuff, there's certainly risk. But it's definitely not as bad as I was expecting, I'm going to be honest. They don't have a pretty complicated cancellation process. Well, I mean, according to their privacy policy, which they listed out requesting your deletion of data, requesting data deletion, they actually give you multiple options on how to do it. I would argue that's honestly good. That's like having multiple options on being able to get rid of your information from a platform is a good thing. Absurd pricing, totally different story, and we're definitely avoiding that conversation for this particular video. We're just reviewing the privacy of the situation, right? So that's where we're coming from here. Again, and as Mark just pointed out, the FTC biggest complaint was to make it more clear in the privacy policy. I absolutely agree with that. Like, they were very specific in what the issue was, and this, after reading this, they clearly adapted. They clearly made this more readable. I don't feel like they're lying, at all, right? In this situation, like this squashes all of the issues that I potentially had with it. So, will I use the service? Absolutely not. There's no way. For multiple reasons. One, I prefer in-person therapy, but the data that is collected and again retained for a decade, I'm not going to risk that. That's not worth it to me, personally. I recognize that even with my in-person therapist, they retain that data for 7 years, but no, I get it though. Yeah, there's definitely plenty that we could be critical of BetterHelp, but so far, privacy is kind of not the worst. It's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but it's not terrible. Anyways, we were getting to securing your data. So BetterHelp has an experienced team of data security professionals whose job it is to make sure we use secure technology and protect data. We have an information security team who test and build internal security at BetterHelp to try to anticipate threat actors and act defensively to build process and infrastructure to prevent incidents and attacks. I love that they actually get into specific examples of what they're using. That's awesome. So all messages between members and the therapists are secured with encryption. Neat. That's cool. Big fan. Our servers are distributed across multiple tier 3 AWS data centers for optimal security and protection. That sounds like some nerd stuff. I don't know what that means. Our browsing encryption system, SSL, follows best modern practices. Okay, I mean, so does my website in that, right? Like, yeah, okay. Fair. That just feels like a weird bragging point. That's like a standard at this point. Our databases are encrypted and scrambled, rendering them useless in the okay. This relieves a ton of my concern right off the bat. Are you kidding me? Our databases are encrypted and scrambled, rendering them useless in the unlikely event that they are stolen or improperly retrieved. That's good. Oh, you know what? I did mean something else. Can we agree that that's awesome? Right? Mark's gonna actually me. I can smell it. And then we have robust monitoring and alerting systems and procedures in place that include both automated systems and humans. For example, there are always security personnel active in our 24/7 rotation. But yeah, no, that's sick. The database encryption, I'm a fan. That's a good point, Mark. But like I understand why they're not getting into specifics of what encryption that they're using, because that could inherently add to the risk of it. So I understand it's not getting into like the specifics of what they're using here, but I mean, I like that. I'm just right off the top of my head. And then for your security, keep the following in mind. Phishing. This type of online identity theft or account hacking. So yeah, this is honestly good tip, right? We will never, and I love that they get into specifics to help you avoid phishing attacks. We will never request your login information or credit card information in any non-secure or unsolicited communication. You should always be diligent when you are asked to provide your account information and make sure it is in our secure system. That's good advice. I'm actually okay with that. That's pretty good. The colors mean blue is that they collect it, orange means that they share it, and red means that they sell it. And we are rolling with the California definition of selling, because it's decent. And then for external links, our platform may contain links to external websites and services. We do not control external websites and do not have any control over their privacy policies and terms of use. The fact that we linked to a website is not an endorsement, authorization, or representation of our affiliation with that external party or their privacy and security policies or the practices. Also, ditto. I'm not telling you to sign up for BetterHelp at all. But, you know, there's some stuff that I'm liking in this like security section. This is good. We're getting there. This, you'll love to see it when they explain it. We haven't seen that yet on this stream. I don't think we've ever seen somebody get like that specific with it. That's great. Love that. Can I sign up for BetterHelp and remain anonymous? Ooh, really interesting question. When you sign up for an account on BetterHelp, we do not ask you for your full name. Interesting. You may pick any nickname, which will identify you in the system. You will need to provide an email address so that we can verify your account and so we can communicate with you. You can choose an email that does not include your name. Whoa, look at this. They're actually like getting kind of like helpful here. This is fascinating. I was not anticipating this. This is really interesting. Including if you are coming to us from an employer, organization, or other business that you do not want your organization's email address, but you should be aware that in some jurisdictions, emails may be considered personal data. I agree with this. In certain circumstances, you can obscure your email for sure, like using email aliases. But like, I love that they're actually giving like advice on how to better protect your data. That's awesome. When you decide to start the therapy process, we'll ask you for your contact information in an emergency situation, such as if your therapist thinks that you're someone who is or else is in immediate danger. Your therapist may request additional specific information about you as required by the license or accreditation guidelines. Woof. You know, that's a tea break right there, because I couldn't say the word accreditation. Lovely. Wow, I did which tea? Dude, I don't know. It's tea. That's what my wife had. I'm not a tea guy, really, but drinking it during these live streams with honey does help my throat not get obliterated, which it is a little bit, I'm gonna be honest. We might take a break here in a little bit so I can make some more tea. Okay, so Even though we try to limit the kinds of information you must provide as discussed above, it is very difficult to truly be anonymous when you sign up, when you use any app or the internet. That's actually reasonable. Read more about what data we process and why here. And again, they give you more information there. Just, honestly, kind of cool with this. If you're interested in further limiting what data is processed, please visit our opt-out instructions page. Again, awesome that they have that. To opt out of tracking cookies or web beacons, for instructions on how to remove previously set cookies. Neat. There's actually a way you can do that here. Check this out. Firefox, you see that button right there? Oh, you can't see it. Terrible. There's a way you can clear cookies on individual websites. You can do that on most web browsers. Okay. Who can see the interactions I have with my therapist? This is a good question. This is a very good question. You and your therapist are able to see the messages you send, the worksheets you submit. Your therapist can also see the journal entries you submit if you opt into sharing journal entries. If you consent, a licensed therapist who is employed as a part of BetterHelp's clinical operations team may review your correspondence with your therapist for quality assurance purposes. For example, if you raise a concern about your therapist or we have concerns about a specific therapist's clinical care. In addition, our internal trust and safety or legal teams may review correspondence with a specific account, with specific accounts if we have reason to believe that there is a security, legal, or fraud issue occurring with that specific account. Messages with your therapist are not shared with any third party, and your live sessions are not recorded. We do not share when you send a message or have a session with your therapist with any third party. So they can review it internally, but they don't share it, which is cool. I'm actually okay with that. Let's see. I did miss a question earlier that I want to look at. How much can we trust that policies represent what the company actually does? Better yet, what's to stop them from doing things that are not written or against what's written? Actually, funny thing, we actually did that at the beginning of the stream. BetterHelp was caught lying on their privacy policy a little while ago and was fined $7 million for doing so. And the things that they were specifically gotten in trouble for, they have actually seemingly resolved in their privacy policy. Now, can we trust that as a different question, right? I give you the context of their previous issues with privacy because it can help influence your decision to sign up for a service or not, right? I think understanding the company's history does matter a lot. And again, there's lots to be critical about BetterHelp. We're not getting into that. But from a privacy perspective, maybe they're lying again. Maybe they're telling the truth. I'm going to lean towards they're telling the truth because, like, if you're still, like, I wouldn't sign up for this service just based, like, even with the encryption thing that we read that I was a fan of, this is still too much data for me to be comfortable with giving out like this. And again, this particular company, right? I know I give this information out in a similar way with, like, my actual therapist. So, like, I would limit the amount of people that, like, have access to it kind of thing, you know, whenever possible. So, that's a good question, though. I think that I kind of explained this in my video, what if you can't reject convenience? If you are constantly paranoid about if a company is lying to you about what's in this particular policy, you will never use anything, right? Because, like, these are honestly pretty transparent for the most part. And something that I want to talk about in a future video is a lot of times companies don't lie intentionally. A lot of times what happens is that there's an employee that wasn't following protocol, whether that be intentional or accidental. I mean, I've been new at a job before. I've screwed up before. You know, it is easy to understand how somebody could accidentally share information that they weren't supposed to share when working with a third party for, like, solving a problem, right? Like, let's say you're in a support team and you need to get something resolved and you share a piece of information with them. There could be data implications associated with that. And that's why it's important that companies train their employees on how to protect their users' data, right? And sometimes it falls through the cracks. Sometimes you hire somebody that doesn't get it, right? So I think when it comes to, and honestly, in the case of BetterHelp too, this complaint, there was a specific incident that, let's see, they had a contractor that, like, let's see here, since deception, deceptive business practices. Where is it? God, it's in here somewhere. I don't remember where immediately, but they were. It happens, right? Like it's not always a malicious intent, right? Sometimes it is. Like, I'm not going to deny that sometimes a company is just straight up evil. But I think if you try to enter reading these things with positive intent, one, it's going to ease your brain a lot of stress. And two, even if you read this and you don't like it, then don't sign up for it, right? That's nice. Or use some of the resources that they list within this privacy policy on how to mitigate any potential risk. I mean, they said it beautifully right here. You don't have to give them your full name. You don't have to give them your personal email address. You can obscure certain data to make it a little bit easier to alleviate some of that stress, right? So I think there's a lot of ways of handling that. Anyways, when do we get to the part where BetterHelp says they do have trained therapists? I mean, technically they haven't said it yet. I need advice on how to identify a leaky app. I've fiddled with all the settings on my phone, but my data still seems to get out there. That's a great question. I think I hate to say this, I think it's harder on a phone. I think that phones have gotten to this really weird place that it's substantially more challenging. I mean, even like, think about like ad blockers, right? On Firefox, you literally just add the extension. Like, you just go to the extension place, right? And then you get the extension and that's it, right? That's really cool. But on a phone, you have to download like apps and stuff, and some apps don't work with it, and you have to deal with all of these policies of companies like Apple and Google, and we all know how Google is. There's definitely like challenges related to it. On the form registrations, yes, I've been trying to do it every few days. It has been challenging. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to get the email thing fixed. I promise I'm working on it. There's so much happening right now. And then, yeah, that's a good point. How does not giving them your name matter when you give the credit card information? Good point. That's a really good point. You know what? I can't argue that one. That's a really good point. Financial information is pretty direct. I will give you that. That was a very good point. Let's see here. We read through that. How do you treat data from children? We don't knowingly, most privacy policies have this, we don't knowingly collect or solicit data from anyone under the age of 13 or knowingly allow such persons to become our users. The platform is not directed and not intended to be used by children under the age of 13. If you're aware that we have collected personal information about a child under the age of 13, please let us know by contacting us and we will delete that information. Ooh, you can use a credit card mask. Good call there too. This particular song name, let me look. This one is Guilty Spark by Harris Heller. Sorry, can't read. Small text. Bad eyes. Guys, I'm old now. I have a terrible thing to admit. I'm old. Anyways, I am not stop it, Katie. Gosh. No, I am 31. I'm old and dying. I am a skeleton. I need to make a skeleton animation. Wow. I'm wounded. Yeah, sorry to surprise you with the age jump scare, but I'm ancient. Let's see. So the rest here is kind of explaining web beacons, which is kind of my entire cookie video, I'm going to be honest. And then, let's see, we have the CCPA version, which this one gets into like a lot of information, which is cool. So we are going to take a really quick break so that we can explore that section. The JJ, to your point, I might be. You don't know when middle age is. Okay, I'm gonna leave the chat up for you guys since you all love being menaces about crabs. But I'll be watching. No, I won't. I'm gonna go make some tea because I need more of it. I ran out and my throat hurts. Ah! So anybody new showing up? I want to show everybody the award that I got. It's so cool. The Crab Award. Just kidding. Haha, I got you guys. Ha 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 ha. That'll get you. Yes, embrace crab. I've done it. I've embraced crab. I am part of crab. I am embracing convenience. Oh. Okay. I'm sorry. How was the break, everybody? Who had fun with that? Who did something neat with their break? Tell me, what was the coolest thing that somebody did on the break? The break was quite inconvenient. Oh, shoot. I hate to tell you, but the channel name that's kind of the whole thing. I watched the video. Hey, good. I'm glad. You should comment on it and encourage the algorithm. It's a great video. Trimming nails, peanut butter, took a shower, got carbonara. I don't know what that is. Played Pokemans. I love me some Pokemans. Eevee is my favorite Pokebug, frankly. Also, for everybody's enjoyment, go to pokebugs.com, spelled Pokebugs.com. That is a website that I own. I will not be explaining anything further. No way. Did you actually link it already? I didn't think I enabled links. Oh well. There were some crabs, it looks like. Got some music. I do got some good music taste. Cleaned room with background music on. Heck yeah. Focus on drawing. Heck yeah. Love that. Eating grapes and jelly beans. Oscar, that is a rancid combo, and I'm sorry for saying it. Don't do those two things. Did you ever add more animations to your character for the stream? I added one specifically for this particular stream. It is this one that is playing right now. I wanted to do more, but I had to rebuild the entire stream setup in Windows, and I wasn't expecting to do that, so that consumed way more of my time than I was expecting. But look, silver plaque. I have 100,000 subscribers thanks to all of you, so thank you again. You all are great. Whew. I don't know, something about, like, I love grapes and I love jelly beans, but I cannot fathom putting them together. That just sounds terrible to me. Thanks. Yes, it's 126,000 subscribers now. You are correct. I am sorry. Why did I have to rebuild it in Windows? Oh my god. Okay. I love Linux. It is my favorite thing in the whole wide world, and I never want to stop using it. Papa OS is my bae, and it has been perfect for my Blender projects, and I will not leave it for even personal use, right? But when it came to streaming, all of the Stream Deck stuff that I was using just stopped working, because it's all like, there's no like proprietary software for the Stream Deck on Linux, right? So I tried to troubleshoot it, and then I ended up breaking the entire operating system. Fortunately, I do a lot of backups. And so in my stress and panic, I started looking into like, okay, well, maybe I could just do Windows for this stream specifically until I can get things more stable. Because this was like 2 days ago. Like this, I was very stressed about this. Yes, you should do Linux, in my opinion. But so currently, it's just the Windows for this. I will be going back to Linux, hopefully in the next stream. But I will admit, though, I'm going to be honest with y'all. StreamerBot is kind of good, and it is Windows only. So I'm thinking that these streams might just have to be Windows, which feels bad, but whatever. If it works, I mean, my whole thing is like, when I start to reject convenience, channel name, everybody, hey, look at that, I said it, whoa, look at there. The line for me is the tech more annoying than it is helpful? And I hate to admit it, but for this particular live stream, Windows is actually being more helpful than it is annoying. I will not be using it for anything else. See, okay, I was going to do a Windows VM, which is the plan for the future. That is 100% what I want to do. But for now, it's just its own dedicated drive, which, whatever. So yeah, sometimes you just gotta embrace the things that are the less annoying option, even if it is a little inconvenient. There you go, bit of dust, I got you. Yeah, VMs are worse performance-wise, but like I could see pass-through on something like Proxmox that would probably work fine, you know? I don't know. Anyways, so yeah, this is currently using Windows, and I again, it's working great. This has been one of the smoothest streams. Oh, the Stream Deck works great. I hate to admit it, it's actually pretty helpful right now. So you know what? If it works and it's not annoying, I'm not gonna complain too much. I do draw based on my old videos. Have you drawn anything recently? And did you draw your channel profile picture? I did draw my little profile picture for my channel. Yeah. I do draw sometimes, definitely less frequently than I'd like. It's mostly doodles at this point. Actually, if you check out the channel Reject Convenience 2, yes, I have a second channel. I've posted some of my sillier animations to there. I guess I should probably link it, shouldn't I? I should be like a good content creator and like actually give you the resources to find things. My bad. Let's see here. I know it exists somewhere. Yes, I use Blender for all of my renders. Actually, the character that you see on this screen is all pre-rendered because I wanted to make it really hard on myself and not make it a live kind of thing. Okay, here is the second channel. Goodbye, JB. Have a good rest of your day. So there's the second channel. If you want, you can subscribe to it. You don't have to. It's pretty terrible. You know what? Since it is my channel, I could react to it. Who wants... I could go full-blown... Or actually, everybody... Whoa, look at that. This is all of the chats that have occurred this entire stream that are flying by right now. Oof. That was gross. So, yeah. Like, for example, I did a little video for the channel hitting 100,000. And that's it. It's so short. It's so bad. It's terrible. And then there was this video. Wow.
Ah! Oh, God, I didn't expect that to happen so fast.
So angry. Yep, there's already... I can see some of you already subscribed. There you go. There's a little video for you. So I do silly animations on the second channel sometimes because I like to make silly things still. But I don't want to flood the main channel with them because I forgot I'm not signed in. I like this one a lot. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to force... I love Gartic Phone. I don't know if you all know that. And you'll have to look at the last one for yourself. I'm not going to reveal that one to you. Yeah. Yep. Wait, Mark, what are you saying I need to do? Do it. You just visited Pokebugs, would visit again. Good. Pokebugs is good. This man is a menace in Gartic Phone, true. And if you join the Patreon, sometimes we'll play it. I haven't done that yet because I've been busy, but I want to play it with the Patreon people soon. Where are my Patreon people at? I know you exist. I see you scrolling behind me. And I also see some of you in the chat. Yeah, it's classic second channel content. It's garbage. Here, do you want me to show you what is on pokebugs.com? You ready for this? Oh, I guess I should switch to that actual view. Pokebugs.com. I will not be watching this on the stream since it is copyrighted music. Just the heads up. But it's this cool video. There's a hidden link that was hidden inside the cookie video. If you didn't know, I do hidden links in all of my videos. Not all of them, just a lot of them. So, my favorite Pokemon is Eevee. See, look, the Pokemon conversation came back full circle. What is your favorite Pokemon? Mine is Eevee. I know it's basic, but Eevee's cool. Yeah, I do like way too many Easter eggs. There's one Easter egg that only 33 people have seen. That video only has 33 views, which is really cool. I think that the more difficult they are to find, the more I like them. Oh man, we got some good ones. Comment now. Okay, we got Magnium, Eevee, Claydol, Bidoof, that one Pokemon, you know the one. Agumon, Sylveon, good one. Raichu, so orange. Zigzagoose, Zangoose? I don't know that one. Vulpix, Mr. Mime. I'm talking, no questions. Dratini, Dragonair, great one. Favorite Eeveelution? Oh man, I just like Eevee. Waiting for someone to make a video on all your Easter eggs for real. Who says I'm not going to do that at the end of the year? If you're 30 your first game. Yeah, I watched the original show back in the day. I went to Burger King or whatever, and I got the little gold Pokemon card back in the day. I got all that. I was like, I honestly vibed with like peak Pokemon in my opinion. Anyways. Oh, do you guys notice there's a link to the privacy visualizer? I'm so sorry. I cannot believe I've never provided this. There is two ways to get to it. privacyvisualizer.com, or you can go to rejectconvenience.com, and it is linked in the top bar at the top. I cannot believe I've never thought to link it before. There is also, just for everybody's awareness, there is a fantastic alternative version that is much better for, what do you call it? Accessibility. I've been chatting with the developer of it, and I want to have it take over the actual privacy visualizer because it's awesome and I love it, and he did a great job with it. Yeah, this one right here, Rodoc. We've been emailing back and forth. So yeah, this one's great too. It's a little bit easier for accessibility and stuff, which I am a big fan of. I also just like how much better it looks. So yeah, eventually this one will replace this one, but we're working some stuff out. So, oh yeah, Privacy Visualizer would have brought you to the direct link. That's good to know. That's awesome. Yeah. Look how bad my animations used to be. Oh, that's crazy. I liked this whole thing though with the city. I love my little city animations. I didn't do the projector correctly back then. That was all textures back then. That's really funny. Yeah, I think things have improved a little bit. Oh, am I planning on streaming to Twitch anytime soon? That's an amazing question, and I will answer it with, I tried to make an account, and they banned my account immediately. So, no, I will not be. I don't know what happened, and I tried to revoke or like dispute it. I was like, why? What happened? And they were just like, they said it was something with the financial thing, but I was like, I never linked payment information. Hey, Paul James, welcome to Cool Supporter. There's supposed to be a little pop-up for that too. Whatever. It's fine. Yeah, they don't want me there. Twitch doesn't want me. I do hate Amazon. So, I mean, I'll give them that. Like, I am publicly a major Amazon hater. So, like, I get it, right? But, yeah, no, I was planning on dual streaming, and they were like, no. And also, like, I can't do, like, the partner program because I, like, don't stream enough. I stream, like, once a month for, like, 5 hours. So yeah, I accept YouTube, unfortunately for now. It's more like scams that I love about. Got 'em. Yeah, facts. I'm not a fan. Amazon rejected convenient. Wow, beautiful, nice. You got me. You nailed it. Okay. How long is this stream going? I'm so sorry. I don't think we're gonna get to PayPal today. I'm gonna be totally honest. How about flip plane? I suppose I wouldn't be opposed to it. But I mean, I guess Linus Tech Tips does like know that I exist now. They shouted me out on their podcast, so that was cool. So maybe I don't know. Yeah, I think we're gonna wrap up for now. We're gonna wrap up the privacy policy for BetterHelp. And how about this? I will schedule a stream for next week to do PayPal to kind of make up for the fact that this took so long. I really didn't think it would take this long, and I'm so sorry. Yeah, I think... Yeah, I do apologize. We'll do a little Q&A at the end, though, just to kind of make up for it. Mark, you are more than welcome to attempt to impersonate me. Yeah, I definitely am sorry. These take a lot out of you, reading them out loud. It's like I read them so fast now that I always forget how long it takes to like read them and actually explain every single thing as well, which is fun. I'm glad that I get to do it. But I keep underestimating how long it takes. So, hey Josh, thanks for thanks for watching, and enjoy your walk. There you go. Yeah. Any advice for someone learning how to draw? Just do it. Just screw around. Have fun with it. Don't take it too seriously. Have I ever heard of Louis Rossmann? Absolutely. I've actually contributed to his consumer wiki that he's working on. Which, if you have the capability to contribute to that, you should. Big advocate of that. So, okay. Before everybody starts saying all our goodbyes, we still have a little bit left to read. You're not getting out of the rest of this policy that easy. Did I make the reject convenience site myself? Sort of. I used one of those website builders, but yes. Yeah. Wow. Okay, here we go. What is a cookie or a web beacon? A cookie is a small piece of data that is accessible within a folder on a computer, and it is used to keep for record-keeping purposes. If you've seen my cookie video, which if you haven't, please do. It's so good. It's like, I'm like the most proud of that video out of any video I think I've ever made. Maybe with the exception of the Star Wars one. That one's pretty good too. But cookies. I'm going to put this in the chat. You should watch this one if you want to know how cookies work. It is so good. So good. I think. That's up to you, I suppose. But anyways, this is an accurate description, though. Cookies are used to enhance performance on the platform, personalize your experience, and these can be used for third-party tracking as described above. For example, cookies may be used to help you quickly log into certain platforms and websites without having to enter credentials every time. That's true. And I'm not going to go into insane amounts of detail explaining about how cookies work, because I did make an entire video about it. So, let's see here. A web beacon, or pixel, this is what I was talking about, is a tiny and sometimes an invisible image or embedded code placed on a web page or email that can report your visit to that site to use a third party as described above. So that's what I was talking about, how they know you can, like, how they know you read an email is through these little dudes. In general, these tools can be used to monitor the activities of users for the purpose of web analytics, advertising optimization, or page tagging. SMH my head, everybody. What are you using cookies and web beacons for? We use our own cookies and web beacons to deliver a fast and safer experience to monitor and analyze usage, to comply with laws, and for delivering and for advertising purposes. To read more about the kinds of cookies we used for these purposes, to update your settings or opt out, click here. We're not going to click there. How do I opt out of cookies, web beacons, and other tracking technology? Please visit our opt-out instructions page to opt out of tracking of cookies or web beacons, or instructions on how to remove previously set cookies. Again, most web browsers allow you to do that pretty easily, which is pretty cool. How can I stop receiving direct marketing emails from you? You can always opt out of receiving marketing emails. In order to opt out, you can select the unsubscribe link at the located at the bottom of the relevant email communication. Neat. Additional privacy notices for California, UK, GDPR, and non-US UK EU residents. Additional privacy notice for the California residents. This privacy notice for California residents supplements the privacy policy to comply with the California Privacy Act of 2018 CCPA and the California Privacy Rights Act of 2020. This one was goated. This is a good privacy act. It added a bunch of amendments. What do you call it? They updated this one, and it was good. I like it. The CCPA and CPRA are California laws that provide its residents with certain rights over the information about them, including notice of the categories of personal information we have collected about them preceding 12 months, and the purposes of which the information is used or disclosed, and the correction of personal information. This is still relevant if you don't live in California, in my opinion, because they still reveal information that is relevant to everybody. It's just the California residents are the only ones that are actually able to do anything about it. And that's not fully true. Some residents can't. There are other states. Also, I'm just realizing I've missed out on a bunch of super chats. I'm so sorry. Oh wait, no, I did see these ones. YouTube, I swear, they got this whole system all confusing, wee-haw, gee howdy, and such. Okay. So, the following sections outline the data that is processed by us, as well as the purpose for collection and the categories of sources of such information. I'm going to take a sip of tea now that it has cooled down a little bit, because I can't handle hot water. I'm a baby. Please don't quote that. Chat, somebody click that. BetterHelp. Okay, so yeah, Quacken, real quick, just to kind of quickly run through. They collect a lot of data, but they don't share or sell a lot of data, which is really interesting. They also retain data for a pretty long time, of a whopping 10 years, but they do actually seem to have some care for how they retain that data. They seem to have pretty decent security practices in place. So it's not the most problematic part of this company for sure, which is good. So there you go. It's a quick update for you. We also talked about the FTC complaint that they had a couple years ago, which was fun. Okay, so, and then they give you all those little things we read earlier, which is cool. So the data referenced at those links may fall under certain designated categories under the CCPA and CPRA. Accordingly, we may have collected identifiers, personal information categories listed in the CCP or CCRS. Yeah, I know how to read that. Protected classifications characteristics under federal law. That would be sensitive info. Commercial information, biometric information, sensitive info again. Internet or other similar network activity, geolocation data, sensory data. Sensory data is really interesting. That's usually just rotation of the device and everything like that. But yeah, and then sensitive personal information, and then professional or employment related information, and non-public education. This one's really interesting. I don't know what this means. Non-public education info. Oh, that's probably for the employees. Like when they're contracting a therapist, they probably get like your degree, which is non-public potentially. That's interesting. The information that we have disclosed in the past 12 months and the recipients of information are described above in the section titled "What are the purposes of sharing my data?" The information that we may have shared within the past 12 months falls under the following. Oh, see? Okay. This gives us a little bit more insight. So they do share some information, which we can see here. So we can actually start filling out some of these little orange boxes. Very cool. That wasn't super clear when we read this, in my opinion. Although, again, we're basing this off CCPA logic. So, identifiers, count it. Personal information categories, which would be contact info. Protected classification characteristics under California federal law. That's sensitive info. Commercial information. I don't know what that means. Internet or other similar network activity. We already got that checked. Geolocation data. Oof. Sensory data. That technically falls under health data. Since it's like the things that like track how you like walk and stuff. Anyways. Sensory data. Sensitive personal information. We already got that checked. Professional, we're not counting the therapist side of things. And then, as noted in the section titled "Do You Sell My Data?" Our sale information, including the sale of information about the consumers under the age of 16, consists with the disclosure of your information consists of the disclosure of your information for targeted advertising purposes, and we aren't paid by any external third party for your data. But again, they still financially benefit by advertising, right? Like we saw even in this FTC complaint that they gain a lot of users and a lot of money by spending a lot of money in advertising, right? So the information that we may have sold for the purposes of the CCPA and CPRA in the past 12 months falls under the following personal information categories from the CCPA and CPRA. So we actually have identifiers in there as well. I'm guessing commercial data would be usage data in that case then, based on the context of this, and then browsing information. So look, that's pretty good. We got a little more information there. And then this is pretty bog standard for a lot of these. See, this is why I love the California version, right? It makes it way more obvious what they actually do with your data, right? We thought, oh, they don't share that much. No, they apparently do. They say so right there. It was very clear. See, like, that's what's really rough about, like, reading these policies is that, like, it's so easy to be misled into thinking that it's not as bad as it is because of legalese or making it sound less, like using really fancy language, like really skirting around it, right? It didn't even cross my mind that they shared location data when we read through that. That didn't catch my radar at all, right? So I'm glad that the CCPA and CPRA exist so that we can categorize it, because I think it's important. So do I have the right to know what information you have about me? Yes, as a California resident, you request certain information about what we have processed over the past 12 months. Once we receive and verify your consumer request, we can provide the categories of information we collect about you, the categories of sources. This is really just exclusive to, yeah, February. It really did. It went from good privacy, and I won't want to say good privacy policy. Blue is still sketch, right? Like risks are risks. But it did go from decent to mediocre very quickly. So search is ticked off. There might be a search function in the app itself. And you know what? Just for clarity's sake, we're going to use, so that's Google searching ads, research. Nope. See, there's something about the privacy visualizer that I love. At the bottom, I've added other search terms to help you search for things in privacy policies. Let's look at history, job history. That's specific to employers. So we're not going to count that. And that's the only time it's mentioned. So no, if we were counting therapist data, which we all agreed upon that we weren't, then yeah, search data technically it doesn't qualify. under this, which is kind of interesting. We're going to go back to the... Oh, boy. Yeah, okay, so this is all, at this point, incredibly specific to California residents only. So, yeah. Yeah, so wait, hang on, I want to answer this question, because it's a great question. So do I have the right to know what information you have about me is just for Cali, because they only mention Cali, nothing else. So, sort of. They did specify earlier in the policy that you can request your data. I was not under the impression that they would limit requests for your information. California just has like much more robust, like you need to do this no matter what kind of things. So, yeah. Let's see here. So like, yeah, it's definitely specific. So yeah, we are going to kind of skim past this because this is something that's like in pretty much every policy we've ever looked at. This is not necessarily specific to BetterHelp. So it's just explaining the California rights. If you do live in California, you should 1,000% take advantage of your rights. But if you don't, then the rest of us don't get the benefit, which sucks for sure. And then again, I think that this is an important thing. As noted above, you do not need to opt out of the sale of personal information about you by withdrawing your consent. Yeah, our websites are also designed to implement a do not sell privacy preference. No way, not many websites actually use that. That's super cool. We are not, just for the new folks that are joining, we're not really going over any of the controversies related to BetterHelp. We're just looking at the privacy specific stuff related to BetterHelp. And I'll just reiterate this really quick just for like maximum clarity. I know it's the pinned comment, but I'm really going to drive it in. We're not here to harass any creators that have taken these guys on as a sponsor. Like, please do not do that. We're not here to do that. We're here to be kind. We're here to be chill. We're here to just learn about what they say in the privacy policy, and that's it. So, do you guys actually have a bingo chart going for stuff that I say? Oh, I see what you're saying. The privacy visualizer is half full. Yeah, no, this is garbage now. This sucks. I'm sorry. Why am I apologizing? It's not my privacy policy. Bingo is a good idea, though. That would be kind of fun. I'll leave you all up to that. California, other privacy California lights, California Shine the Light Law permits California residents to request certain information regarding or our disclosure of personal information to third parties for direct marketing purposes. To make such a request, please send an email. I hate it when they do it. Some companies actually show the statistics behind this, and it's awesome when they do. So BetterHelp does not do that. Gross. Oh, GDPR stuff. All right, here's for you. Otherworldly people. I say that like you're in a different world, but you're just in a different part of the world. General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR, and UK General Data Protection Regulation Notice. This section provides additional information about our policy relevant to you if you're from a European Economic Area, the EEA, or United Kingdom, or in Switzerland, together the European area countries. It supplements and should be read in conjunction with the rest of the policy. I agree. Under the European area countries' privacy laws, we are the controller with respect to your data. It's really interesting, like some of the stuff, like how they have to specify things like that is really fun. I need to learn more. Yay, yeah, there's Italy in the chat. Everybody in the places that this is Give me some hands. Show me some hands or crabs. I'll take crabs right now. I'm kind of vibing with the crabs. You'll be honest. We got good crab vibes going. Hey, look at all you. Now I'm gonna tell you something terrible. You all just revealed personal information about yourself. I'm just kidding. No, I will show frog. Excellent. I'm okay with that. I had to get you all scared. I'm collecting data. I need to make an evil laugh one. Dang it. Oh, that's not even a thing. Man. Alright, well, whatever. Jarvis, write down all of those usernames and let me send them EU-related advertising. I'm just kidding. Let's see here. What are my rights and choices under the European area countries laws? European area country residents. Is that really? God, that. Anyways, have specific rights regarding their data. This section describes your rights if you're a resident of the European area countries and explains how to exercise those rights, subject to request. So you can request your information. Right to what? Oh, how do you say that? What is rectification? You can all tell that I didn't get a good education. That's what I get for growing up in the States. Can't read very good. Anyways, and that's the thing, right? I want to help you guys recognize the point of confidence. I rate it like not a very good level. So, if I can do it, you can do it. That's pretty cool, right? Oh, okay. So yeah, correction, rectification. Got it. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I'm so sorry. If the data we hold about you is inaccurate, they just describe it right there. You may request rectification. The data will be checked, and where appropriate, inaccuracies will be rectified. Exercise this right by emailing member success, and they will assist you with the process. Right to erasure. In certain circumstances, you may be entitled to tasks to get rid of your stuff. Erase your data. You may see how to do that here. And that's funny because it actually links you back to the previous sections that we already read, which is really cool. Right to data portability. What on earth is this? In certain circumstances, you may wish to move, copy, or transfer the electronic data we hold about you to another organization. Ooh. For more information on how to exercise that, here. That's kind of neat. I didn't know that was a thing you guys had. Right to object. You may object to your beta... See? Right to object. You may object to your data being used for direct marketing. You guys are lucky over there. You may object to the continued use of your data in any circumstances where we rely upon the consent as the legal basis for processing it. So, pretty much all the red ones, it seems like. You guys are good. That's cool. Where we rely upon legitimate interest and legal basis for processing your data. So again, some of the sharing stuff made some sense based on the other contractors that they worked with. You may object to us continuing to process your data, but you must give user-specific reasonings for objecting. I wonder what that means. We will consider the reasons you provide, but if we consider that they are not a compelling, legitimate grounds for us to continue to process your data, we may continue to do so. In that event, we will let you know the reasons for our decision. In some instances, objecting to certain processing may impact our ability to provide you with our services. That's cool. What the heck? My European, what did they call it? European area country buddies. You guys got it going. I'm a little jelly guy right now. This is really cool. It makes me go, what's wrong here? And then rights to related to automated decision making, including profiling. Whoa, hang on. We're getting real good here. We use limited data to operate the platform and carry out certain profiling activities to support and grow our business. When doing so, we rely upon our legitimate interests as the lawful basis for protecting your data, and you may exercise your rights above if you do not wish for us to process data in this way. That's cool that you can opt out of profiling. I didn't know. Again, I haven't gone through the CCPA yet, and I'm very jealous that you guys have, even just from this context. That's way better than what we got here. So yeah. To exercise Yeah. So you can email them to exercise your data. Is my data transferred internationally? We transfer data from the EU to the US because our servers are located in the US. I want to look more into this, like international data transfers. I think it's really interesting. I would love to learn more about it. Mark, maybe you can help me out with that. This transfer is conducted on a legal basis to ensure the protection of your data and compliance with applicable data protection laws. The legal basis for the transfer to the EU-US, or use, as I call it, data protection privacy framework. Or data protection privacy framework, gosh. Can't read. Which has been recognized by the European Commission as providing adequate protection for the personal data transferred to participating U.S. companies. Our company is certified under this framework, ensuring that your personal data is subject to rigorous protections and standards when transferred and processed in the U.S. To learn more about the DPF, not to be confused with PDF, click here. PDF is a file type. Gonna get you a little heads up there. Fun fact. Additionally, we may transfer your data to organizations based in countries that have not been granted adequacy decision under the General Data Protection Regulation. Where data is transferred to such countries, we shall ensure that appropriate safeguards are used to do that, such as using standard contractual clauses with these vendors or specific Man, you guys got cooler words than we do. I don't know that one. I say we like nobody else in this country knows what this means. I'm gonna look it up. That's a legal term. No wonder I've never heard of it. I just want to know how to say it. Isn't that from Stranger Things? Okay, well that's going to take like 10 minutes to load apparently. Thanks, Cambridge. Just tell me, taking away. Okay.
Derogation.
Yeah, I've never heard that word before. That's fun. So specific derogations have been established. For example, when the data transfer is necessary in order to fulfill a contract between us and yourself, where we have received your specific consent after having made you aware of any risks involved, etc. You can contact our data protection officer with questions about this policy or about your data by writing to, and then a bunch of words, and a bunch more words. And while we'll always work with you to resolve any concerns about the use of your data under the GDPR, you have the right to lodge a complaint with the supervisory authority in your country of residence if you have any concerns about the use of your personal information. Very cool. I love that you guys have something as official sounding as a supervisory authority. That's so cool. Additional privacy notice for non-US, non-UK, and non-EU residents. Interesting. I wonder who this is. Just kidding. That's like most of the world. They should just say the rest of the world. Yeah, identifiers was classified as red, Quacken. We read the California version of the privacy policy, and it revealed that, yes, identifiers is sold. And then health data, location data, contact information, and sensitive information is in fact shared data. So that sucked to discover. Not the worst. Like I hate to say it, this is not the worst privacy policy I've ever seen. Like, I have read some real stinkers. General Motors included. They fill out every single box in red. It's insane. Actually, most car manufacturers do. It's insane. As a part of our standard business practices, data is transferred outside of many visitors' countries of residence and is predominantly used, accessed, and processed within the U.S. Fortunately, given the robust and rigorous nature of privacy laws in the U.S., U.K., and EU, with which we comply, they did get in trouble for not complying at one point. But they do now, they say. BetterHelp considers that this has the effect of protecting users' information in that way, and overall is at least substantially similar or in many ways exceeds non-US data privacy legal requirements. I wonder if that's true. That's interesting. You do want to see a full red one on stream? Okay, I got you for a future one. I know exactly which one to read. It's a stinker. It's not Facebook. Facebook does have some just orange, which is really interesting. Let's see here. I lost my place. It all looks the same now. All the words. Oh, here we go. BetterHelp is certified under the EU-US Data Privacy Framework, which has been recognized by the European Commission as providing adequate protection to personal data transfer participants in as providing adequate protection for personal data transferred to participating US companies. To learn more about the DPF, again, not to be confused with PDF, the file, click here. To the extent that we contract with vendors who are outside of the US, we ensure that specific safeguards have been established to protect that data. Data privacy framework compliance. Oh boy, look at that. But look at that. This is the last section. Guys, give me some crabs. We're almost at the end. We're doing it. I'm going to drink a little more tea just to cure my throat of existing. The JJ longer is not necessarily better. Usually it's more specific. Usually it gives you more information. I think a great example of that is Discord, actually. That one is way too long, but it's very specific, which I like. Big fan. Look at those crabs. Everybody's doing it. We're so proud of them. No, it's okay. I too can spam. Oh yeah, whatever D-dash on. I've made posts about things in the past. Follow my Blue Sky if you want. You don't have to. It's fine. I'm gonna not do that, Mark. Not during the stream. Okay. BetterHelp complies with EU-US privacy framework and the UA extradition to the US. Good gravy. Wait, is this just let me read ahead a little bit. The prize if you're located. Oh, so this is just saying that they're a part of this data privacy network so far, so that's cool. If you are located in the EU or Switzerland, UK or Switzerland, you have the right to request access to the personal data we hold about you, and request that we correct, amend, or delete your personal data if it is inaccurate or processed in violation of the DPF principles. We will give you an opportunity to opt out where personal data we control about you is to be disclosed to an independent third party or would be used for the purposes that this is materially different from those set out in this privacy policy. If you would like to exercise any of your rights, please contact us via the details provided below. In compliance with the DPF principles, BetterHelp commits to resolve DPF principles related to complaints about our collection and use of your personal data. We will investigate and attempt to resolve any DPF principles related to complaints within 45 days. Oof. Goodbye, Denny. Streamy Denny. Thanks for showing up. This was fun. Yeah, hope to see you next time. Again, I will set out a little community post when I'm doing the next one to make up for the fact that we only did one. Let's see here. EU, UK, and Swiss individuals with inquiries of or complaints regarding our handling of personal data received in reliance on the DPF principles should first contact BetterHelp there. BetterHelp is also subject to enforcement and sanctioning for the powers of the FTC and will comply with the applicable DPAs in regard to BetterHelp's processing of personal data that we receive from the EU or UK. There's some stuff you can learn about. Kind of fun. We love stuff. BetterHelp commits to resolving complaints about our collection, use, or handling of personal information transferred to the U.S. pursuant to DPF principles. Under certain conditions, more fully described on the DPF website, you may be entitled to invoke binding arbitration when the other dispute resolution procedures have been exhausted. For more information on binding arbitration, see the Data Privacy Network Framework Program website located at that website. In the context of an onward transfer, BetterHelp is responsible for the processing of personal data it receives under the DPF principles, and it subsequently transfers to a third party acting as an agent on our behalf. BetterHelp shall remain liable under the DPF principles if our agent processes your personal data in a manner inconsistent with the DPF principles, unless BetterHelp is not responsible for giving the rise to the damage. Interesting. That's kind of fun. Please note that under certain circumstances, we may be required to disclose your personal data in response to lawful requests by public authorities, including to meet national security or law enforcement requirements. This all makes sense. We did it, chat. We did it. We read the longest privacy policy. I should have picked a shorter one for this one. It doesn't help that I also did this whole section, so my bad. But we did it. Look at that. So, everybody that stayed throughout this whole thing, you can now say that you have read the BetterHelp privacy policy. There you go. Wow, we did it. I think we learned a lot. I learned a lot. So, that's pretty cool. Good work, everybody. Yes, JMW, 4 numbers. I think it is crab time. I think we get down and funky with the crabs. I need to make a crab thing now because of this event. Yeah, I agree. It was actually really nice to have all of the references that they did. It's interesting because this privacy policy was simultaneously like actually okay / not great. Like, once we got to the CCPA section, it was like, oh, wait, we actually missed some stuff, which that I didn't like. I'm usually really good about, like, identifying what they do before we get to that section. So it was definitely on the okay, not great side of things. So there you go. That's BetterHelp for you. Again, please do not harass any creators that take them as a sponsor. That is not what we're here for. We're here to read the privacy policy and be kind and patient because we're cool. I love that video, by the way. There's a video called Noom on the internet. It's one of my favorite videos. Well, Franco, it's okay if you don't know how to read because that's why I read it just now. And now you can do it like an audiobook where I get interrupted a bunch. Addie, I know, I'm sorry. There will be another stream soon to make up for the fact that I did not do PayPal's stream, because it turns out BetterHelp's privacy policy was gigantic. Come on. June is for the crabs. Wait, isn't that like a astrology thing? You didn't even make it to pay. No, correct. We literally just read BetterHelp's privacy policies. It was I'm gonna let chat actually here I'll show you the results of the privacy visualizer. It's fine. It wasn't great. It's not the worst privacy policy I've ever read, but it certainly was not the best either. So, you know, there you go. Little bit of information there. How fun. I'm going to show off this fun animation again because I spent so much time making it for a little bit. Look at that little thing. Hey, I got a silver play button because I got some new subscribers. Welcome all the new subscribers. I really appreciate you. I did do Discord's privacy policy already. I did that on the last stream. Or the first stream. I don't remember when it was. It was a million years ago. But it is still the current privacy policy, which is worth noting. So yeah, the privacy policies we have read up to this point are BetterHelp, Discord. We did Snapchat. We did the other things. Oh, didn't we do Signal? We totally did Signal. I think we did. Oh, Delete Me, obviously. That was a classic. And we also did. There's one other. We're missing one. Oh, I did do uBlock Origin. That was the one I forgot. Yeah. Is Signal's good? Yes. It's actually good. Look at this. Signal. Yeah, Alexander, this is why I'm only doing the one policy today. I need to like practice yapping, I think. If I did this like every day or like even once a week, I think it would do less to me within this time period. But yeah, 4 hours is kind of a lot to be talking. So yeah, here, actually, real quick, just because I love showing it. Actually, I'm going to do this view because I don't want to show the privacy visualizer for it since it's not actually their privacy policy. If we go to their privacy policy, this is both their terms and condition and their privacy policy. Look how short this is. Look, we're just starting the privacy policy. Look at that. Isn't that nice? That's nothing. It's nothing at all. I love it. I think their privacy policy is really good. And if I'm not mistaken, hasn't been updated in a hell of a fortnight. So that's pretty cool. Oh, last updated May 25th, 2018. Guys are good. These is good. Because remember, there were multiple privacy laws that came into place in this country that had they done things worse, they would have had to have updated it. So they haven't needed to update it as of some of these CCPA, CPRA changes, which is awesome. That means it's good. It's a good policy. I can summarize it pretty quickly if you like. If we pull up the privacy visualizer, it is contact info, sort of. It's related to your phone number specifically. Contacts, which is opt-in. User content if you message support. And then the messages themselves, though they don't share those, nor can they really access them, but still technically it's collected. And I thought they did identifiers too. But that's it. And then, and then we did determine that they technically could share your phone number, so we did count that as well. But that's it. And you should read it yourself because it's like nothing. It is so short. Like, honestly, this is one of the easiest privacy policies to read. But yeah, we did actually already read this one in the first stream. So go watch that. Yeah, 4 months ago. This is the third stream. But it feels like the first one because I had to rebuild everything from scratch and it feels like it. So, also, there's like way more people here than the first couple, which is neat. Welcome everybody, by the way. Yeah, I don't know. Let's wrap with the little Q&A. Can I recommend a tea? I'm drinking some like black tea right now. It's actually not bad. Oh. I think it's Yorkshire based on the box. So there you go. There's a little bit of info for you. I'm gonna pour myself a little bit more, but yeah. What email service do I suggest? I personally use StartMail, but I would also recommend ProtonMail. I just personally prefer StartMail because of their email alias system. I think I like the ability to be able to turn off the aliases whenever I want. But it is also worth calling out that StartMail is a paid-only service, whereas ProtonMail does have a free service. So Proton is probably the one I would recommend for most people. How hard is it to learn the piano? I was a kid. I don't know. I couldn't tell you how to do it today. Are privacy policies legally binding, and how do we know if they're actually enforced or not? Is it just talk? They are legally enforced, and we were talking earlier in the stream. BetterHelp actually did get fined $7.8 million for lying on their privacy policy back in 2020. So there are legal consequences for lying on it, and there is auditing. So yeah. My daughter was wondering how you did the projector animation on your videos. She's an artist. I actually recreated a projector in Blender. So that's how I did it. I am working on a how I make my videos video for the second channel. I'm not sure when it's going to come out, hopefully in the next 2 months. Yeah. Let's see here. Goodbye, Mark. What kind of dumb phone do you use? And what are some of the features you would look for if you were to choose another one? I use some cheap TCL flip that I got for like $40. It sucks, and I think it's perfect in that sense. I wouldn't change anything about it because it does nothing, and that's perfect. I don't like texting. I never have. So I like that. I don't have to on it. I actually disable text messaging on the back end. Like I set a child block for myself because I actually hate getting texts. So, yeah. Do you guys know crabs? I don't know. I know of Pajama Sam, but I do not know the crab secret. Proton Mail advertising others of its services within each service is a big no-no for. I know Proton was recently doing a lot of like pushes and advertising, and I'm like, that always feels weird. I have nothing specifically that I can say bad about them at the moment, but like I am turned off by the amount of advertising they've been doing lately. I will admit that. Question, do you collect all the privacy visualizers results somewhere, maybe in a forum post or something? No, I don't want to encourage people to look at it and assume that they know what the privacy policy contains. The whole thing is I want to force people to read the policy, so I don't share those. I dislike phone calls more than text personally. That's fair. I get that. I totally get that. What about people that don't want dumb phones but want privacy like de-googling? Yeah, I mean, that's a totally valid option. You know, the reason I use a dumb phone is not for privacy. I use a dumb phone because I hate smartphones. It just sucks to use. It annoys the hell out of me. So that's why I use a dumb phone, really. But yeah, no, there's tons of ways of doing that. I recommend greatly you checked out the Reject Convenience forum. There are some amazing threads on there of people discussing privacy-focused phones. So definitely check that out. rejectconvenience.com/forum, or you can just go to rejectconvenience.com, and that would get you there too, because I put a button there. Are your laptop stickers recreations of the ones that you already have on your laptop? Yes, asterisk. I have way more stickers than this. I just was too lazy to make all of them. If you could be a crab, what crab would you be? Old question. I would want to be a crab on the beach that makes you old. I don't know if it's a thing, but I want to be that. Let's see here. I keep getting over-focused on finding a flip phone that does a crap ton of things and keep forgetting that's not the point of it. Exactly. If you're looking for a dumb phone for privacy, I don't know that that's the way to go. If you're looking for a dumb phone specifically because you want to use your phone less, I would recommend trying to make like your phone less addicting as it is. You know, I think like setting certain settings, like making the phone screen black and white, makes a gigantic difference. My wife recently did that with her smartphone, and she was like, I cannot believe how well that works. So just using accessibility features that turn your phone screen to grayscale can make a huge difference. Deleting apps that you don't use, exactly. That's a huge one. There's a lot of really good things you can do without spending any money to make your phone less addicting. I don't necessarily, I don't know. Keeping mobile data off. I don't even pay for mobile data anymore, right? Like I pay $3 a month, which I know for the EU folks is not that surprising, but for here in the States, that's like unreasonably cheap. I know many, many people that are paying for phone plans with like 3 people on them, upwards of $400 a month, right? Thoughts on social media, including YouTube. I have a lot of thoughts. I think I think that the term social media has kind of been corrupted over the last few years into people talking about like, oh, just media consumption websites, and I don't necessarily think that's what it is. I think that, yeah, I don't know. I think it's problematic for kids. I don't love like the big social media platforms and how they've been mishandling user data and how they've been abusing people. I mean, the fact that like Cambridge Analytica just got swept under the rug and Facebook is still a thing is like insane to think about. So I don't love the big social media platforms, but I do think that social media as a concept is a good thing. I think we should be seeking out community on the internet. That's what's so beautiful about the internet, right? And I think social media is good for helping build that community. We should be trying to embrace and talking with each other and being social. And I don't think that some of the platforms are definitely abusing, their position, Facebook, Twitter, etc. But yeah, I don't know. Oh, the tea's so hot. Oh god. Oh. Okay, I've thought about moving from Blue Sky to Mastodon, and that's the thing, right? Like, it depends on a lot of things. I think Blue Sky works for me, right? Like I was a Twitter user back in the day, and it reminds me a lot of like 2017, Twitter, and I actually personally liked that. I thought it was really fun, so I do like it. But do whatever, be social however you want. I think that's great. I think that's what's cool about things like my forum, right? Like there's an entire community of people that have just taken over, and made it their own. And I love that so much. Yeah, Tello is legit. Oh my God. Tello is what's up. When is cookie time? I made a cookie video a while ago, if that's what you're referring to. Yeah, 2017 Twitter there were some so that's the thing. The JJ. Is Discord a form of social media? In my opinion, absolutely. But it's interesting because there has been a lot of changes in how language is adapting the term social media, right? I think amongst younger people, the answer would be no, right? Because social media to them is something that has a media feed, right? And they consider Discord to be something that is a communication app instead. And I think that that's really interesting how some of that's evolved, which is something that I want to explore more in the future. But yeah, I think anything that allows you to be social on the internet is social media. That's my opinion on it. But it seems that the language is adapting towards more of the media than the social, which I think is really interesting. Yeah. I use Pop! OS on my laptop. I will admit I am currently using Windows for this stream because I totally borked my entire system when trying to get the stream to work in Linux again, because it's a whole thing. You get it. It's Linux. This is actually the first time I have used Windows in years, and I hate to admit it. It's working really well for this stream, so I feel bad to admit that. But do I have an opinion on their Discord's opinion on going public? Until the privacy policy changes, no. Honestly, I have to. You have to draw boundaries somewhere, and if we're all spinning up ourselves into a frenzy about things that haven't happened yet or might not happen at all, I don't want to put energy towards that. When it does inevitably change, potentially, yeah, then I'll be critical of it. But until it does, no, I have no opinion. I truly hate it when Windows works perfectly. It is such an insult because it has fought me so much of my life, and so it's like, so that's the thing. What's happening with Discord? They're going public, which doesn't necessarily mean anything right now, right? I think that the internet loves to spin itself up into a frenzy, like what happened with Firefox, and it's not beneficial at all, right? Let's see here. I love it's Pop OS, but some stuff broke a couple years ago and moved over to Mint. I actually agree. Ubuntu isn't bad. Pop OS is a little bit more stable for what I do for my Blender workflows. But I totally agree. I think whatever distro you like is good. What happened with Firefox? People were flipping out about how they updated the privacy policy, that they were all like, oh my god, they say that they got rid of something on their website that specifically said they don't share, or they won't sell user data. They just got rid of it, but they didn't add anything to their privacy policy that stated that they did sell user data. It was still pretty clear that they didn't, right? And they also reorganized the privacy policy. It was a nightmare to read before. It was across like 5 different web pages, and it sucked, and I hated looking at it. And so now it's all in one place and actually easier to read. It's not perfect, but it's better. And people that like I know that are like in the industry of like security research were like, Discord's selling your data. And it's like, you didn't read the policy. It's so clear to me. So I think read the source when people are freaking out about stuff. I shouted this out earlier, but there is a fantastic video by a YouTuber, Sage the Bad Naturalist. I'm going to link her video here because I seriously cannot recommend it enough. It kind of boils down to that same topic of sometimes the news reports things wrong. And then everybody like spins themselves into a frenzy about how wrong it is. And it's really interesting. Did you hear about the British tabloid website, The Express, which charges you a subscription to turn off cookies? That's fascinating. See, that's fascinating for a few reasons. Okay, how much is it? I guess is my question. I think it sucks, but it's interesting. I think it's interesting. Josh, I have some good news for you. I do have a forum. rejectconvenience.com/forum. We do have a wonderful community there. So if you're seeking old forums, there you go. Did you know that on average you swallow 4 spiders in your sleep each year? Yes, that's why I fight Spider-Man. And that's the other thing. Mozilla as a company, I think there's a lot to be critical about with Mozilla. And actually that is why I ended up moving those donation boxes, because I don't support some of the things happening among leadership at that company. So that was my gesture of like saying like, I'm actually good. So yeah, I think, $2 a month to turn off, come on. That's a scam. That's not even a little bit worth it. But yeah. And that's what's rough too, right? Like Mozilla has so many good things going for them. And I really want to like continue to love them, right? But man, they Did you set up your audio to seesaw from each ear, or are you messing around with your mic? I might be messing around with the mic. I'm sorry. I keep looking over, and I keep forgetting that there's a... I'll move the screen around so I'm actually like pointed at the mic. And I agree with that. Mozilla's main draw for me is that they aren't Google. Same. That's why I use them. You know, I know that there are definitely other browsers out there, but whatever, works for me. And I also like that I can turn off all of the like advertising nonsense in there. Like Firefox does have decent controls for that kind of stuff. So yeah, I don't want to get into the drama of some of the company stuff. I do generally try to keep things specific to try to keep things focused towards privacy. So I'll talk about it on Blue Sky eventually. Any hints to what the next video will be? Yeah, I think I could spoil that because I promised it in the first stream. It will be the corn video. I promised in the first stream that when I hit 100,000 subscribers, I would make a video about corn, like the crop, maize, as it is called in many other countries. It has kind of evolved into just kind of me nerding out about plants in general, but that's all I'll give you for now. I do think you will want to watch it. There are some very cool things in the works for it. So I think you'll enjoy it. But yeah, corn. That's the next video topic. I love plants in general. Any reason you use Blue Sky over Twitter? There's a particular man in charge of the other one that I'm not a fan of. That's it. That's literally it. I'm not a Elon fan. What are your thoughts on options recommended to... Oh, LCT's de-Google video is fantastic. Big fan. I think that there's definitely some things that I think they could have gone into more detail with. I don't know. Yeah. They did. It's a fantastic entry point. And you know what? Getting people thinking about getting rid of Google stuff is a win in my book. I think it was a great introduction for a lot of people, and I super support it. Yes, the next video is going to be incredibly corny. I'm aiming to keep the puns to a minimum, I promise. Trying. Have you come across Louis Rossmann? Yes, I actually contribute a little bit to the Consumer Rights Wiki. I haven't in a while, but I try to. I'm also very busy. It's really hard to. Yeah, Louis Rossmann, cool guy. I think he can be a lot. I think like I can understand why people don't like him. And I'll be honest, I can only watch him every once in a while. You know, I don't tend to vibe too much into the angry. Oh wait, that's not it. But I totally get what he's going for. I love all the stuff that he's done over the years. All the work that he's done for Right to Repair is fantastic. What he's working right now with the Consumer Rights Wiki, big fan, but he is intense. Oh my god, yeah, that BWE thing was insane. Hey! Thanks for the $5 for the tea. Yeah, life's too short to be angry. I agree. It's just... Yeah, he's a cool dude. He just doesn't run cool. He's a hot individual. And you know what? That's cool. I get it. Exactly, Maxwell. I have had friends that have had to call me out on some BS, and I love when that happens. I mean, I love being wrong, you know, sometimes. It helps you grow. It matters a lot. Mark, you make me angry sometimes with all this embrace convenience nonsense. I tell you what. Actually, and to be fair, I think Rossmann also makes me angry just by proxy, right? If I watch somebody angry, I tend to get angry, right? That's why I try to keep things really chill, you know, nice and easy. Thanks for stopping by. Prestorian? Is that how you say that? That looks like it's probably it. I hope you have a nice day. Is there a way to secretly learn guitar? I'd have to ask my wife, I think, because she's been learning guitar after having never played a musical instrument ever, and I love it. She's getting really good at it too. I'm really impressed. Mark RC live stream fight for charity. Oh my god, that would actually be hilarious. I'm into that. Mark, if you do want to do that, let me know. That actually does sound kind of fun. What would we fight about? When this chat hits 300 crabs, what does that mean? Thanks for stopping by, Hazel. Will you deep dive into Google's privacy policy in a separate video? I'll also be doing it in a live stream, specifically. There is something that will be relevant to a Google thing in a future video, but it is not the time. Not yet. I recall you saying about something about being proud to fund a nonprofit. Is that correct? Do you have any more insights on it? I actually haven't looked into it in a little while. I'm gonna be honest. I will double check that, Luck. That's a great call. I will look more into that. They've been pushing a lot of ads lately. It is a little strange. Google's privacy policy is interesting. It is definitely interesting. It's so funny. I've talked with folks that are like, oh, like, that's the thing. I don't trust these companies because they're not even transparent about what information they collect. And we just read a company's privacy policy that did previously lie. And it was pretty transparent. I don't know about you guys. It was pretty transparent. Let's see here. Hi from China. Ooh, very cool. I might go. See you in the next stream. I will see you next time. Again, sorry we didn't get to PayPal. Oof, long one. Proton is a public foundation, but has a majority shareholder. Oh, but they are for profit. That's interesting. I'll have to look into that more. TED Talk about punch cards from Google. What? Do YouTube's terms reading decide to wait? I don't understand. I'm sorry. Why are you not using AI to read the privacy, or do you? I don't. I believe in reading it myself. Reading summaries and getting summaries has clearly not worked at all up until this point, to the point of TOSDR. People still don't read privacy policies, despite that there are summaries available everywhere, and people are still just as unaware. So I figured I would go the hard route, do it myself, read them out loud, convince people to read them out loud, try to make it easier for them by using things like the privacy visualizer, which doesn't fill anything out for you. You have to fill it out. You know, I think it's the equivalent of reading a headline and saying you read the article. You know, I think a summary doesn't do it justice, and AI, even if we assumed that AI wasn't going to hallucinate something, I hate using that term, by the way. Hallucinating is something a person does. It's just lying. But anyways, let's move on. Even if we assumed that AI was doing perfectly, right, it still would be a summary, and I don't like that. So, yeah, and I understand why certain people don't hate AI. I understand. I've been trying. I have recently figured out a take on an AI video. I do not expect that to come out this year, to be completely honest. I have way too many projects in the work right now. So I just want to give like super big heads up. Like that's not happening this year. Yeah, TOSDR terms of service didn't read as a service that is used to summarize privacy policies in terms of service, and it doesn't do an amazing job in my opinion. It is incredibly inconsistent in how it categorizes certain types of data. And I think consistency matters a lot when it comes to summarizing. So, yeah. Actually, that's a good point. Lying implies intent. That's a good point. I am a light mode user. I hate to break it to you guys. I like light mode. I think everybody's wrong about dark mode. I think light mode is better, because it makes me not want to use my computer at night, which is good for me. So, count it. Does AI have privacy issues? Yes, there is a reason I want to make a video about it. There is a lot of AI problems when it comes to privacy, but that's why it's going to be a dedicated video eventually. I told you I'm a villain. I've been trying to tell you guys that I literally identified myself as Dr. Octavius in the last video. Like, us light mode users, we hit different. Any other aspects of rejecting convenience outside of tech that you would explore? I actually have done it plenty. We talked about it a little earlier on the stream, but I use public transit. I don't own a car. And I do live in the United States, for clarity. I happen to live in a city that has decent public transit, so it works for me, and is relatively walkable. So, you know, that's a point of rejecting convenience. Something that I also mentioned is I don't generally buy plants. I will sometimes if I think it looks really cool. But for a while, especially, I was buying seeds for plants instead of buying the plants themselves so that I could grow them myself. Can you look into Xiaomi or Huawei or even things like Tesla? Yes, I will eventually. Tesla specifically was really interesting. I don't know if I'm going to do anything with this. But I actually read their privacy policy and the history of their privacy policies dating back to 2016 for a video that was potentially about cars. I don't know if I'm actually going to make it or not, but Tesla is really interesting because on paper, they don't sell any data, which is really interesting, but they collect a lot of data. There's a lot of potential. Are you worried about the Wait, are you using Apple products? No. Well, okay, technically, yes, I use an iPod, but I don't know if you would count something that was made 20 years ago as using Apple products. So, in that respect, technically, yes. Where did you get the history from? Wayback Machine? Yep. I didn't do PayPal's read. I will be doing PayPal next week. We did kind of run out of time, and my voice is killing me. Have you ever watched, let's see here. Have you ever watched King of the Hill? Yes, great show. And there's a new season. I'm hesitant. I don't love remakes or these continuations of things or anything like that, but where the name Reject Convenience came from, I was sick of complying with convenience. And then the name was available. So, Reject Convenience. That's it. That's another lot. Do I have Rockbox on it? No, I don't. I use raw iPod OS, and I use a 2013 trash can Mac Pro running an older version of Mac OS to use actual iTunes, which is awesome. Yeah, the whole bed thing. I there's a little bit of clarity I wish I had added to that. I could have been more specific about certain things with that particular topic, but I'll clarify it in a future live stream, so it's fine. I also have a corrections video coming at the end of the year. Favorite game of all time? Ooh, man, I really liked Spider-Man on the PlayStation 4. That was a good game. I love Spider-Man. That was a great game. If I was to pick, I like single-player games like that. Generally, Kerbal Space Program, Portal. Yeah, you should watch the latest video. The little bed. Are the plants in the background rendered, or is that just a texture? They are actually rendered. Yeah, that's part of the classroom scene. Yeah. Privacy you later. Nice, JJ. That was good. 5 hours late. Hello, chat. Hello. Welcome. Comics that ask what if. Oh, I love Randall Munroe. I love his books. I own all of them. Seriously, Randall Munroe is legit. So good. What are your thoughts on the new Nintendo rules that you don't... Oh, I hate that you don't own anything anymore. Do I play Minecraft? I used to play a ton. I don't so much anymore. Are you trying to find more single-player stuff? Yeah, I've been trying to find... the last single-player game that I really played was Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, and I liked it a lot. I'm a big fan of that, but... yeah. Oh, let's see here. Hello from Poland. Whoa, that's quite the ways away. Yeah, KSP, I have a ton of hours in. What do you think of SteamOS? Great, keep it up. Switch 2, yay or nay? Nay, too big. Will I do a video about Linux? Yes, eventually. Where's the Ko-Fi link? Because I disabled that bot for now. I'm sorry. I had to rebuild my entire setup, so I am sorry. Super chats will pop up a message though, so that still works if you want to do it that way. Yeah, Breath of the Wild is such a good game. I keep coming back to it. Outer Wilds, I need to play that. I keep getting that recommended to me, and I am really interested in it. I do want to do eventually figure out how to cut down these streams. Biggest frustration of using Linux, specifically right now, that it doesn't support any of the stream stuff that I'm trying to do right now. Every once in a while you hit a brick wall that is really rough. I still prefer it, and I will continue to use it as my main source of an operating system. Pop! OS is great. It's super stable with Blender, and I'm not willing to risk that. Windows sucks when it comes to rendering. Super inefficient, but yeah, if you hit a wall, sometimes you can't get around it, and that's rough sometimes. I'm not surprised that Nintendo sued Pal World, honestly. Hey, thank you. See, look, there's little animations. I forgot the message. Here, I'll read out whatever you want, right here. We'll do it. There is also an animation for when people sign up for the Patreon specifically, but I don't know that it's actually working, so don't do it necessarily because you want to see it, because it might be broken. Can you not use VMware for Windows? No, I refuse to use it within Windows. Oh, I see what you mean. I actually prefer Proxmox because I can do... It's a lot easier to do hardware pass-through, so like I could actually use the full graphics card that way. So when I do get around to rebuilding things and everything, it will be a Proxmox setup, so I can have just whatever I want. We got I condone piracy. We should all pirate media. That was a quote from Hexeraria. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, sorry. The only problem with Linux is that some things not supporting it. Technically, the program doesn't support Linux. Linux can support it, but other devs aren't supporting it. Exactly. And I mean, dual booting, that's the thing though. I'm not going to boot into Windows that often, right? Like, I'm generally just going to be in Linux, right? It is specifically for these live streams that I will be in Windows. So it's not that big of a deal for me, you know? Yeah, pirate stuff is, it's coming. People are getting sick of it. Yeah, I have dual SSDs too, so I'm doing it that way. That is the way to go. I'm looking for a GPU soon and plan on using Linux. I also use an NVIDIA graphics card. Blender really likes ray tracing, so I use a 3080. There we go. And yeah, I use Pop! OS, which comes with NVIDIA support, which is great. Just make sure to deboot Windows as much as possible. Don't worry, I did. Yeah, dual booting for a while, never booted into Windows, ended up deleting it. Now that I actually have a reason to have Windows, I'll keep it, because I like doing these live streams. Oh, what software am I using to play the animations? This is all OBS. I hand animated all of these little assets ahead of time, so that you're actually going to like this one. I hand animated these all ahead of time so that I could share things like, look, a little YouTube reply, and then I'm changing them all with a Stream Deck manually. So I'm doing it the hard way, which is fun. Do I like Mutahar? Yeah, I don't know. I've seen some videos that I like of his. I've seen some videos that I don't like. I think you can like things that they do and not like things that they do. So I would say split. Yeah, it's not FOSS, so the drivers aren't really yours. That's a good point. I think that at a certain point, I personally have to give up some of that. Like, again, to Blend Game's point, like, Cycles is so much better with AMD or with NVIDIA, because ray tracing is just literally the technology that Cycles is based off of, right? And so it sucks, but like, I need that for my workflows, right? Eevee doesn't cut it for what I animate. So, you know, you just gotta kind of embrace that that's the way that it is. So, I will note some of the open source drivers for Blender specifically are kind of rough. So keep that in mind. The proprietary ones, as much as I hate to admit it, do actually work really well. Do you watch YouTube when you're doing laundry or dishes? Yes, I do. I watch all kinds of cool videos. Yeah. Did you make custom animation for the end of the stream? No, I probably should. That's a good question. God, that's a really good one. Yeah, someone write that down. All right, bye, Brennan. Is it hard to animate the hair? In any other instance, yes. Mine is just a giant blob, and it just jiggles a little bit with the bone, which is really funny. Yeah, it's just a media. It's actually a bunch of sources. So each source has like almost identical stuff, and then I just changed the media source for each source. So that's how I do it. That bar on the chat is the scroll bar for the chat. I meant to cut it off, but there wasn't a chat when I set it up, so I just didn't do it correctly. What do you want to bring the world for us viewers? I don't know, just well, I guess it depends. When it comes to all of this like tech minimalism and tech exhaustion kind of stuff, I want to provide a reliable, easy to understand resource that isn't going to fearmonger you. I'm going to try to give you every perspective that I can so that you can, and give you the fundamental understanding about how a particular thing works so that you can make an informed decision on your own without necessarily relying on a specific company or product or anything like that, right? Like when we talked about data brokers, I tried to explain about all of them and how you can do it yourself so that you don't have to rely on these individual companies. You know, understanding the fundamental principles behind email aliases, which I haven't made a video about, granted, is more beneficial than me telling you to use a particular email service that has email aliases, right? Because while the company could make it worse, the fundamental knowledge won't get worse, right? Like, I don't feel the need to make another video about VPNs because the fundamentals of a VPN won't change, right? It's the same thing with data deletion services. That video is evergreen because data deletion services all work fundamentally the exact same way. It doesn't matter if delete me and incogni go away and a different one comes into place, my video is still relevant because all data deletion services work in the exact same way, right? So you have the fundamental knowledge about how these services function to make an informed decision, no matter what. Thoughts about using your own custom domain for an email. If you don't know what you're doing, don't do it. It is really easy to screw up, and you can definitely get caught into spam bot systems, and people will never get your emails. It is a nightmare at times, and honestly, I actually kind of discourage it for like 99% of people. Did I bake the plants in the background? Yeah, kind of, yeah. It is, there are different, yeah, it's different planes. So the background is its own plane, and then the desk and everything, and my character on the desk is a different plane, because you can see the reflections change when I animate, right? So it's also on its own plane, which is kind of fun. Have I considered mirroring to PeerTube? Ooh, no, I'll look into that though. Thanks for the heads up on that. See, that's the thing, right? I don't know what else is out there. A PGP translator in the chat. I don't know what that is, but I'll look into it. See, and that's the thing. Yeah, custom domain for email is fine. Hosting your own email server isn't. That's what I mean. Yeah, I use a custom domain for my emails for the business side, but I use a service that allows me to do that. I don't host it myself because hosting sucks. Pretty good privacy translator. Oh, I'll look into that one for you. I got you. Could we get a projector? Could we get the projector when you read the privacy policy? So no, I'll explain why. The projector is literally a ray traced render of an actual projector. Like, it is an actual beam of 3 red, green, and blue lights to recreate an actual projector, which is how I get the chromatic aberration on it, because it's an actual projection source. So I can't do that live because it doesn't work. Does your character have legs in these little animations? Yes, if you watch the ending of the latest video, or actually any video, you can usually see my legs. because I'm usually doing something stupid in the air. Yeah. Oda, I'm sorry, the schedule's all thrown off. I meant to update it, but I am gonna actually call it quits here. So thank you everybody for showing up. This was really fun. We will try to do the stream. Oops, let me get this one. What'll do now? We will try to do a stream for the PayPal privacy policy next week. I will keep everybody posted though in the community posts, so please keep an eye out for those. Everybody have a good night, good evening, good day, good morning. And as always, be kind and patient with each other. Also, please watch the interview from You Are Machines. Oh my God, please check them out. That interview is so fun. Somebody should, yeah, do it. Actually, I wonder if I can I'm getting distracted again. I'm so good at that. I'm just going to share this real quick in chat because you should check it out. It was honestly such a good interview. It was so much fun. Here it is. So yeah, if you want to hear me yap more, here's your yapping opportunity. Boop. There you go. Go watch the interview. Goodbye. Patreon is better. They are slightly better about not taking as much money during the process. Patreon is like 7%, whereas YouTube is 30%. So it's a big difference. Yeah, patreon.com/reject convenience if you like these streams or supporting the channel. It does help a lot. You have no idea. I don't take sponsors for a reason. I hate sponsors. I don't like working with companies. I think they're suck. So the Patreons really make a gigantic difference. So thank you to all of them who are scrolling in the background, obviously. Goodbye, everybody.